Oh,
Hey, buddy,
beautiful.
what's your audio mode? You got like a stereo TV? One of them monorail sets we had back in the 40s. Live from Austin, Texas, but at risk of cancellation because Fox keeps messing with our freaking time slot, it's Retro Pals with Danny and Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Danny. First, they put us on Wednesday nights, then Thursday nights, then Friday nights, then Saturday nights, then Sunday nights.
Look, no one is going to know where and when to tune in for Retro Pals. They want to put us up against Arsenio. That guy's a titan of entertainment. We can't beat that guy.
I heard they were
He had
putting
President Clinton on last week. He played his saxophone, for God's sake.
I heard they were putting us against the infamous Mad About You. So we'll see how that goes for us.
Infamous Mad About You? Are there infamous episodes?
Listen, you don't want to know what happened on Mad About You.
Oh my God. Talk about must-see TV. Hi, everybody.
We're having a good time today.
It's Retro Pals with one of our trademark, loosely themed streams based on stuff that nobody remembers, just how we like it. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. If so, we're here to wreck it. So look forward to that. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Hi.
I'm ready to get this started. I've been putting this stream together all day, trying to figure out if these games work, if they even exist. One game only existed for the Amstrad CPC, and it wouldn't load when I tried to load it, so I had to cut it.
No.
Just all kinds of behind-the-scenes drama, just like on the TV shows themselves. So before we get started, Alex, why don't you thank a couple of
I want to
folks?
thank Sepasai 19 for the 50 alphabets. Thank you.
Hello, Sepasai. Thank you, and welcome.
Snubble with the beefy, huge 92-month resub.
That's 92 months. That's crazy.
No,
Thank you
that's
so
crazy.
much.
Thank you. Excited to finally see Murphy Brown Revelations get streamed. Okay, if there was a Murphy Brown game in the 90s, it would have... Dan Quayle would have just straight up jumped off a bridge.
He would have banned PC gaming, and consoles would reign supreme, as they should. So, just certain things like that can set off events throughout history that determine all of our fates. Thank you for the sub, anyway.
Thank you, Cartman, for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Danny, you ready?
I'm ready to do this.
Let's do it.
All right, folks. Tonight's theme is games based on canceled TV shows. These games themselves aren't canceled. They were released, but they were released at a bad time. These games were essentially doomed to fail because by our metrics, they were released either the year the show was canceled or the year before the show was canceled. So if it was canceled the next year, they could have timed it a little bit better. It was probably already in decline already, the show. They got to it a little late. Plenty of people got to it on time with these licenses, and we'll bring those up when the time comes. But tonight, we're going to cover nothing but games that came out and hit store shelves when people were like, oh, is that still on the air? Are they still making those? Is it just the original 22 episodes? Is it just the 3 episodes that aired that nobody saw because it was on at 3 a.m.? Whole lot of fuckery goes on in the world of TV. And tonight we're going to see how it crosses over with gaming.
Should we show them the poll results?
Yeah, let's see how the poll results shook out. The theme was doomed to fail, and our patrons had to choose between games based on box office bombs or games based on canceled TV shows. And overwhelmingly, they picked canceled TV shows. So thank you for that. It's because of how you voted that you will see the things that you will see tonight. Thank you. So let's start up some baselines here, right? These are the games. There's several games based on several properties that we're not going to see tonight for various reasons. So let's start with a little slideshow of stuff you're not going to see tonight. Doctor Who. There was so many microcomputer games based on Doctor Who. Either the show was actively showing, or they were showing reruns, or it was just in the public consciousness that Doctor Who continued to exist. So no reason to show off those games, I think. Next slide, please. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Oh!
All these games were very timely. They all came out exactly when they needed to, and they made a boatload of money off of all of them. There's some games that arguably were released a little bit too late, but I'm not going to get into the weeds on those. Essentially, Power Rangers was a huge franchise when it came out, and gaming capitalized on it well. Also, Sesame Street. That shit's been on the air forever. Years and years and years. They kept making games on it, and they kept airing episodes. There's no way I could put Sesame Street on this. There was no way that they would ever cancel Sesame Street, and thank God that they haven't. Also, Star Trek. Even though the original 60s series, I'm sorry, I just made eye contact with the guy on the screen.
He's like, huh?
Even though the show ended in the 60s, it continued to be in the public consciousness and was in syndication as these games showed up based on the original series. Plus, there was all those movies and stuff, so it wasn't really a forgotten series by any means. We also won't be featuring Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. Did you know Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends ended in 2021?
I know now.
It kept going for years and years and years. I looked it up and I was like, oh, Thomas the Tank Engine. When did that end? Like 93 or something? No, they kept making them. Those trains kept having problems. I don't know what's going on in this scene, but it's probably good. Cinco Play, thank you for the sub. 32 bits of months. And finally, we won't cover any Ultraman games, because Ultraman is forever. He's always on our minds. He's always in miniseries, series, made-for-TV movies, real movies. Ultraman has always been there and always will be. Also, to set another major boundary here tonight, we're going to cover live-action shows tonight. I wanted to cover cartoon shows, but that turned out to be such a massive undertaking. I can reveal exclusively here tonight that on Friday we're going to cover games based on canceled cartoon series. I had to do it. I had to split it off into its own stream because there was so much good stuff to cover. So
Danny, I'm so excited!
Yeah, me too. So this is just a run-up to arguably the main event on Friday. Well, we'll get stuff like Family Dog out of the way. That's only the tip of the iceberg, though. There are so many goofy canceled cartoons I'd never heard of that somehow got games. But let's start off early. Let's start off some 40 years ago, when people thought that they could make a very popular Commodore 64 game based on the TV show Automan.
Oh, No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Automan?
They did. They released it in 85. The show ended in 84, making it a prime candidate for our show here tonight. So to kick things off, here we have Automan.
That's the Automan.
That's the Automan.
That's Automan.
It's like Tron meets fucking Knight Rider, I guess. There's a car, and there's a computer guy who goes around in the computer world. He's the Automan. If anyone could tell me anything they know about these series as they pop up, please do, because I have very limited knowledge, given that I was probably watching Sesame Street at the time.
Yeah, we weren't watching Automan.
All right, let's see what kind of game they made out of Automan.
Nagane 67 says, I had my dad help me write a letter as a child when Automan was canceled because I was so upset and was enjoying it. That's so
Hey,
good.
you were right, because apparently this show was very popular in the UK. Here in the States, it bombed completely, but in the UK, they reran all the original 22-episode run. They had toys that were exclusive there. So Automan should have been saved. Automan got a raw deal. I'm not going to read this.
Automan!
Press jump to start. Oh my god.
This is Automan!
Oh my god.
You need cursor!
They jet set willied him. That's a giant rat.
I've seen bigger.
It's true, but just compared to his size. So folks who have seen Automan, can you tell me if this is a direct adaptation of the action in the show? Him going up and down stairs, dodging giant yin-yangs and Shrek heads.
Chat says, not what I remembered, and Automan was about none of this.
Are you sure?
So, that's good.
Not giant rats? Not conveyor belts? To me, I look at this and I think this is like the default European PC game. This looks like every single game released for the ZX Spectrum over the last 20 years. No, Automan! I need cursor. We have one evidence. We're in the suburbs? This is the suburbs?
Listen, things were different back then. The suburbs were dangerous. Who is that? Who is... Cool Shadow. Oh, the Shadow Break.
Oh, no. Automan's nemesis, Manual Man. Oh, I died in the dark alleyway in the suburbs. I have suffered a severe energy drain due to a collision.
When he wasn't being a glowy man or a glowy car, Automan lived in some dickhead computer programmer's computer. Well?
Yeah, I heard it was sort of Tron-like. They were trying to capitalize on the Tron movie.
Alright, I gotta see. Is Automan available for streaming? I gotta know.
Yeah, can we watch it on Tubi?
It seems like a Tubi classic, you know what I mean?
Tristy, oh my god, thank you for the raid.
Oh, Tristy, thank you so much.
Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? We're playing games based on canceled TV shows, and we're starting with Automan, which I'd never heard of, but they made a game based on it in 1985, but the show ended in 84. So that's what we're covering this week. Games based on shows no one remembers.
Oh man!
Oh, Raw Danger is so good.
Yeah, I saw that announcement on Blue Sky.
I never got far in it, but I did enjoy the first part of the game where you have a hey button, and if you shout at the wrong time, your boss yells at you. He's like, "Hey, quit yelling! We're trying to have a dinner party here." As far as I know, that's a game about having a nice dinner party. Hope you had a nice dinner party. Anyway, this is Automan. We're still in the suburbs, and I'm no closer to understanding what the hell Automan is about.
Automan, only 13 episodes, not available to stream anywhere. So everybody who's got copies of Automan,
that's
you're
unbelievable.
Sick. I really wanted to see Automan.
All right, so the next game we're going to cover is a little game by the name of Blue Thunder. Now, you may say, Danny, that's a movie. That's not a TV show. It was a TV show as a mid-season replacement for like 3 weeks. Nobody liked it, but they still made a C64 game based on it. All right, let's play Blue Thunder. There we go.
Starring Dana Cart. No.
No way, really?
No, that's a lie.
As the helicopter?
As the helicopter, yeah. Wait, this is just Airwolf.
No, this is Blue Thunder. It's completely different.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There can be multiple shows based on cool helicopters.
Automan was created by the Manimal guy? And Manimal and Automan were around in the same year? Danny!
That's crazy.
Man, I don't even think... Manimal, I want to say is true, but I'm not going to look.
Okay, so who saw Blue Thunder, the series? The very short-lived Blue Thunder series.
Okay, Step Aside barely remembers this show. Man, I don't remember this. Wow.
I collided with a cloud?
It happens.
Is that true with helicopters? Oh, we can't handle those cumulus clouds. God, no. What are you thinking? Prepare yourself. We're going to see more than a few games like this tonight, where the star of the show is like a cool helicopter who possibly talks, and there's a game based on it.
Does Blue Thunder talk?
Blue Thunder did not talk.
Dana Carvey is Clinton Wonderlove, a.k.a. Jaffo, Cheney's flight engineer.
Jaffo?
As well, he was the Blue Thunder sidekick.
I have 0 men. That's unfortunate. Whoa, Big Zeppelin!
Danny, Dana Carvey handles technical aspects of the helicopter. That's the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Take that, Hindenburg.
That's just...
Whoa. What's going on in here?
You can fly a helicopter in a...
Oh, yeah? Watch me.
Oh, no. Let's take a look at the... That's Dana Carvey! What the fuck?
Unbelievable.
Dana Carvey,
Well,
what
did
are
he
you
do
doing here?
serious roles before? I don't know what happened there. That's Blue Thunder for the C64. Watch the movie, watch the show, play the game.
You Carmen for the 50 bits. Whose copter is it anyway? We will never know. We will never know.
Up next, we have a hell of a game. I can't believe this game exists. This game is called Captain Power.
Chat, y'all remember Captain Power?
To anyone who remembers Captain Power, go ahead and explain the premise of this very silly show while I load this up on my old C64. So Captain Power bridged the gap between games and shows because it was the show that would show on TV. It was an action show with lots of lasers and shooting.
Triad sucks,
Hey!
Triad sucks.
No free shit talking on my show. Even if you're a crack group from 40 years ago. So the idea is you would buy your Captain Power toys, including this big old ship, and you would point it at the TV while watching the show. And at specific points, you could interact with the footage because it would have these flashing patterns, and it would determine whether you successfully shot the enemy on screen or you got shot yourself. And if you lost all your life, the little action figure you put in the cockpit would just launch out and fly across the room.
Oh, that's so sick.
The struggle begins. That's a good sign. That's always what you want to see when you load up a C64 game.
Yeah, it was the original Toys to Life. Yeah, it was like Action Max.
A little bit like Action Max, yeah. Except even fewer people remember this.
The Bio-Dread armies, who the fuck?
Dude, we only have a few years to prepare for Lord Dread and the Bio-Dread armies.
Man, I'm sick of the Bio-Dread armies.
We got enough shit to deal with, all right?
We do! We've got a lot going on. I don't need no Bio-Dread.
Oh, you can't skip this, by the way.
Because we've got the evil grip of Lord Dread.
Yeah. His grip is keeping me from skipping this text. Captain Jonathan Power. He's literally John Power.
John Power.
He and his fighter force became known as Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future.
He looks great. Looking great, my friend.
Oh, I'm not reading this.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Oh, wow. So this seems to be quite a bit lot like what you'd see in the show. Often there'd be dialogue sequences, but the main star of the show were these sequences where you could point your toy at the TV and play along. Cartman, thank you for the 100 bits.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was he was an offspring of Lord Zed. That guy was cool. I don't know about that Goldar freak, though.
Excuse me.
Can you
Goldar
actually
was cool as hell. I'll fight you.
Can you actually shoot anything in this?
Thank you, Singley, for the 100 bits. The head writer for Captain Power created Babylon 5. J.
Wow.
Michael Straczynski? Am I stupid? Is that who you're talking about? Did they work on Captain Power?
Alex, you know a lot more about TV than I do, apparently.
I love TV! It sucks that it's dead, but I love TV. That's him, J. Michael Straczynski, okay. Why was he working on Captain Power? Okay.
Performance rating good. Prepare to power on. All right, everyone, turn on your Captain Power toys and point them at the stream. Ow, quit shooting me.
Oh.
Whoa!
Alright.
Yes!
Why does this look like a ZX Spectrum game?
It really does. I bet this did have a ZX Spectrum version. Okay. I've, powered on. Let's do it. Gotta say, what little I've seen of the show looked more impressive than this, but this is just a C64.
This is Captain Power, Danny.
See, the thing they really could have done is, like, added one extra layer where you play with the controller in one hand and your Captain Power toy in the other. And you have to catch the toy as it launches out of the cockpit.
Okay, so
Thank you for the bits.
thank you. So there is no ZX Spectrum version because this game is American.
It's an American exclusive C64 game? There are so few of those. I made it. I think. You know, I've played way worse than this, and considering this is a game about a show designed to sell toys explicitly, pretty good. Pretty good, Captain Power.
You must be more careful, recruit.
Bite me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Next game. Y'all ever hear of a little guy named Lee Majors? Little fella, about 2 feet tall.
Tiny Lee Majors, they call him.
Lee Majors was the star of a very popular show for a time called The Fall Guy.
They've redone this as a movie and a TV show.
Yeah, they've redone it a few times in the years since. And while it was popular for a time, this C64 game came out the year before it was finally canceled. So let's see what they came up with. Man, Captain Power, not too bad. I know of The Fall Guy due to everything referencing it for years afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Same.
But I don't think I've ever seen the show.
I know about the Fall Guy because when I went to Universal Studios in the 90s in Hollywood, they had the tram thing. They featured something from the Fall Guy, and I was like, what the fuck is the Fall Guy?
Hi.
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 Hi. It's nice for it to greet me. Yeah, play the game. Alright, Fall Guy, scene 1. Oh? Huh? Hmm?
That bird's dropping a rock on your head.
What?
Did anybody remember in the Fall Guy when a bird dropped rocks on your head?
That's the end?
I've actually never seen the Fall Guy, so I don't know.
That's
if that
game over?
happens.
I don't even know who I am or what I'm doing.
You're up there.
Stop! I have to swap the damn joysticks. No, don't! This must be why they call him the Fall Guy. Okay, I can control it now. All right, we're going back in. Here we go. I had a lot of games to get through, so I didn't have time to test them all. So you're getting the real Danny Reacts experience. Hey Alex, Elite. Fucking. No, we're getting past that first thing. We're getting past that first thing. It wasn't my fault at first, okay? It used the second controller. Huh? So you can't scroll forward. You just kind of have to survive.
Fall Guy was a chunk.
I wasn't paying.
Thank you for the bits.
You know what? Fine. You keep falling, Fall Guy. Cartman,
Wasn't
thank
the
you for
Fall
the bits.
Guy about like a guy who did stunts for a movie, or am I stupid?
Maybe. I guess that's what he was doing there, but he wasn't very good at it.
No, he sucked.
Yeah, Bill, I also enjoy games where you can get a game over like instantly. Okay, so I decided we're also going to cover games based on shows that were canceled way before the game came out. So some of these are games that were made specifically because these shows were old, they still had some kind of emotional cachet with viewers, and most importantly, they were on in syndication, most often in Nick at Night and such. Leading the charge there was the Honeymooners.
Your Seraphis came for the 50 bits. So this was also created by the same guy who did Automan. Okay, I guess
that dude's
Glenn
really good
Larson
at making canceled TV shows.
He's so good at getting canceled.
Nobody call these numbers.
Martha's crackers are here.
Crack my C60. Greatest love. Your heavenly. Is this the theme?
Do we got any Honeymooners fans in the mix?
The man in the moon, they call him. Alright, it's kind of cool that they're giving a little sing-along to the classic Honeymooners theme that I don't know.
Yeah, Chad didn't know this had lyrics either. Are you going to be able to, like, drive a bus?
Alex, tell me about the Honeymooners.
The guy drives a bus.
Yeah.
And he says he's going to send his wife to the moon one day, but he never does.
Yeah, that was the one thing anyone knows, the main joke that they tell every episode, where the guy gets so mad at his wife, he threatens to punch her so hard she flies to the moon.
And she's like, "You're never going to do that." And he's like, "Yeah."
Wow, they're huge.
I like how big they are.
Uh-oh. Okay. This should be fine, right? I kind of wish I knew more about a lot of these shows we're going to be seeing, but also I think there's some kind of charm to just going in completely unable to tell what's going on. This one, please. Is that me?
You're looking good, dude.
And away we go.
That was his catchphrase.
That's where that came from?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, drive the bus, Danny.
To
You gotta go
Miami?
Miami.
From New York City? It was the 50s. That would have taken like 5 weeks.
No, you could have done it. Yeah, the Honeymooners is not the Flintstones.
Where? Oh, there I am. I'm the bus.
Where are you going?
Check it out. I'm the bus. Where am I going? Oh, dude, this is a bus driver simulator. You gotta pick up people and they gotta get on the bus. Why is there a constant police siren?
Being chased from the
What have I done?
They're heading
To the moon.
no pay today.
What?
You didn't get paid, honey.
No.
Your wife is gonna yell at you.
To the moon, spelled incorrectly. Really got to go to Miami in this thing?
I think you have. Maybe you're raising money to go to Miami.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe Ralph Cramden has beef with Miami Mike, and he's gonna send Miami Mike to the moon.
His name is Ralph Cramden?
Yeah, right? It's Ralph Cramden, right? Am I stupid?
Sheesh!
Okay. He works in the sewer.
Give me that!
Okay, I was right. Okay, cool. What he...
The wind's blowing my map. Now loading. Hang on. Whoa. Huh?
Enjoy the sewer maze, Danny!
What do you mean, sewer maze?
Well, Norton, his nerdy friend, lives and works in the... He's not a nerd, but he's a dope.
Yeah.
He works in the sewer.
Okay.
So it actually makes sense.
So
but
this
it's
is
your
quite a
least
bit
favorite
lot like
thing,
the
yeah.
show. Yeah. Okay. If there's one excuse to have a sewer level in a game, it's because it was based on a TV series that prominently featured sewers.
I wish they still made licensed things.
You think they have a lot of leaks in the sewer like this?
Well, probably. New York City in the 40s? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, true. This is a lot. There's a big sewer system down here.
$24, Danny.
Wow, I'm rich. That's like $1,000 in real money.
You could buy so many lobsters with $24.
I think I'm gonna leave the honeymooners to their problems, but this game does seem interesting.
Thank you, Carmen, for the 50 bits. The original New York plumber before Mario. Yeah, pre-Mario. It's Norton. Norton. Sorry.
Did I
Norton.
do it? That's me after a stream. Popping my head out of the sewer. Do I want to play the $99,000 answer game? Do I ever? There's a lot of games to get through, and I need to move through them quickly, but also this has
You emerged from the sewer.
This has a real charm to it, I can't deny. Okay, Alex, answer this.
Assists Ralph in a mind-reading act.
To the moon, player one, this time spelled correctly.
Okay. Sorry.
The honeymooners. Wow. They put their whole ass into that.
He sure did. I loved Norton popping out of the sewer so much.
Big, huge popular series in the 80s was Knight Rider. But unfortunately, they licensed this Knight Rider game for release in 1986, the year the show was finally canceled. Should have hopped on it earlier. I know this one. This one is about a talking car named Kit and his best friend, David Hasselhoff. We're going to see Knight Rider a couple of times tonight, so just keep in mind how this game compares to all the other ones.
I wish there was a Night Court game.
Look at these objectives!
Shoot Soviet ambassador, shoot British Prime Minister, shoot Vice President, destroy Silicon Valley. Chat!
Random choice, I'm feeling lucky.
Commands for gamers.
What? Oh, okay, here we go. Let's go to the missile base.
You could have destroyed Silicon Valley, Danny.
What is happening?
I'm sorry, Michael. I can't see anything.
Did we send the car?
Yeah.
Okay, Kit, do you see anything in Dallas? Oh, yeah! This is all happening automatically. Is Kit screaming?
No, that's Kit's little voice. Brr. Go ahead, Kit. Take mission 3. Make it fun.
Thank you for bits. That was a hell of a screen. Can Kit go off-road? Is this a four-wheel drive? Does Kit have a Hemi?
Kit can babysit. You just put your babies inside a Kit and you're good.
Yeah?
Yeah, put your dog inside a Kit and like go into
No! No!
What the Kit will be like, Kit will play fetch with your dog. It'll be fine. Leave your dog in a hot Kit. It's okay.
Huh. Well, it does put you behind the wheel of Kit, so that's nice. I'd like to see a little more control of this.
Also by Cornel Larson. Great! I love him! I'm so glad to see
That dude was an 80s television machine, I tell you
He
what.
also did Mac. I think he did Valiant NES. He just... Did he do, Baby Bob from 2000? That seems like he would do it.
Maybe. Alright, I don't think I'm going to get much more out of this, but what an intro screen. This game gives you so many options. That's what I like about these little games, the options they give you. Alright, pretty tame for a game released at the end of the series lifespan. Maybe they knew it was coming. What about this show? What about this one? Monkey Magic.
This is a classic. A certified classic.
Canceled in 1980, brought it back all the way in 1984 for the C64. Monkey Mad? Money Mad? Monkey Street? Monkey? There it is. I can read.
Can you?
Is this the one with the really cool theme song?
Yes!
Born from an egg on a mountaintop?
Mm-hmm.
The funkiest monkey that ever dropped?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's spare the people the loading screen. Alright, here we go.
This series
I'll be damned.
is incredibly popular in Australia.
Australia?
Yes.
Huh.
Frappe, you're from Australia. It was really popular there, yeah? I remember it being hugely popular there.
Here we have old Son Goku up to his old tricks, riding that cloud, shooting aliens.
This is Chim Chimmery. What the fuck?
Yeah, as featured in Monkey Magic.
Alright, why not? That's... Why is he holding a cross? I guess it's a staff.
A lot of these games, they didn't have much time to make them, so it was just like, make whatever music that first comes to mind. You have 90 seconds before we put this to gold disc. Chim Chimmery. Fuck! Oh, shit, I gotta do it now. Gotta commit. Otherwise, this game has no music. Oh, Goku.
That's so strange.
Goodbye, Goku. A little bit like Airwolf. Not as fun, though. Then again, this was 1984. There was only so much they could do. Still, good to see our pal Goku in an early C64 game. This is my last life. Let's see if there's a good game over. The end.
The end.
And that's where Monkey Magic ended. Man, kind of a lame way to end the series.
Wait. The song. Yeah, it's that one song. Would you like to swing on a star?
What? Why?
I don't know. This game is inexplicable.
A little bit. Sticking with the M's, we're going even earlier to a show that was canceled in the 70s, but lived on thanks to PBS here in the States, and it was probably on forever in the UK as well. It's Monty Python's Flying Circus. You heard of these guys?
The Flying Circus?
Yeah, Monty Python.
No, never. Why doesn't everybody repeat their favorite quotes from the show to me so I'll remember?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't. They don't really do that. The
Hey,
home of the real
crackers.
crackers. It's the Retro Pal slogan. Yeah, that all looks good. Yeah, may I proceed? Can I have fun with the video game?
No.
Swap the sticks.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna push every key on the keyboard. Well, there we go. I pushed every key on the keyboard.
Thank you,
I
Revenant,
tried.
for the bits.
It's. Imagine if they said "it's" and then like it just never loaded. That would be a pretty good gag, I think. Oh, Monty Python.
Press Y.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Press 4.
We're making progress.
Yeah, you've gone all the way through the list.
Give me 4 minutes. We're in, bros. Core design, really? Core Design would go on to do way more things on Sega CD and PlayStation with Tomb Raider and whatnot.
Cartman, 100 bits. I do like the parrot sketch personally.
It's a good one.
It's a classic.
This is an ex-parrot. How long has it been since you've heard that one? Back in the 2000s, you'd hear that shit everywhere. Oh, cool. Okay, so Monty Python would occasionally have these Terry Gilliam animated interstitials, and I guess this is one of those that you're playing. It's pretty wacky. Oh, you can fire.
I do like that.
That's good. Does the music not loop? Oh, okay. Follow the feet. That's what I always say.
Do you?
Yeah. Got his ass. This doesn't seem to have much to do with the show, other than the fact that it looks like those animated scenes. I much preferred the CDI game. I say, despite not having played it.
I was gonna say, you've never played it.
I've got it.
Okay, so the DOS slash Amiga version would interrupt the game with bits, including accidentally giving you a game over at random, before apologizing and resuming the game, except they put Pong on instead.
That's awesome.
God, I want to play that.
So this version's cut down and not as good, you say. Man. Well, if you're gonna play this game, don't play it on C64, apparently. But it does exist. If you want to wow people with the fact that there's a Monty Python game. How many people in chat are saying wow right now?
They're saying hi, and,
I think we've hit an impasse. Nope, nope. Okay, we solved the puzzle. See, we have one wow, two wows. That's enough for me. I don't demand many wows. Interesting game you got here,
cool,
Monty Python boys. We should probably move on, though.
Yeah, we should.
Not bad, not bad. It's no Airwolf. Oh, man. Okay. So how about a 1988 game based on a show that ended in 1966? This is another victim of Nick at Night syndrome. It experienced a new wave of popularity, and that's why there's a C64 game based on the Munsters.
Syncopplay, thank you for the 100 bits NES. Spam emails are named that because all the computer nerds in the 90s were being very nerdy and Monty Python with it. You remember those times, right?
Oh, yeah.
You remember the 90s, unfortunately.
Couldn't go on IRC for 5 minutes without getting hit in the face with a welcome message that referenced Monty Python. Also, remember IRC?
Also getting hit in the face with a trout.
Yeah, slaps Sardus around a bit with a trout.
Why did we do that?
I don't know.
Chat, why did we slap each other with a trout? What did that mean?
Quality and quantity. The Munsters, cracked in 1989. Take that, Herman Munster. You ate shit. Excel. I want to hear the C64 version of the Munsters theme really bad. The Amiga version has a really good version.
Trained by Just Ice. Do you want unlimited energy? YN.
Can we keep this? I was having trouble reading that. Sure, give me unlimited energy. That's pretty good.
That's not bad. I'll take it.
Oh yeah, this is the same as the equally inscrutable Amiga version, where you wander around. You wander around shooting stuff. There's some sort of puzzles going on, but God knows if anyone's ever figured them out.
Lily was green? I thought she had.
Everyone in the show was black and white.
Okay, what? I guess I just.
Thank you for the bits.
We all love Fallout Boy sampling this
Alex got the Fallout Boy reference.
I did. I've just been told about it so much that I had to actually listen to it and be like, oh, okay. Yeah, Grandpa and Herman were green. Thank you. Okay, so I didn't think Lily was green. Did they just...
Now, if you like the Munsters and hate yourself, I recommend the pilot of a show called The Munsters Today.
Oh, I love showing that to people and making them sad.
Where Grandpa invents a time machine intending to go forward by like a day, but instead he goes forward 20 years into the 80s.
And then the Munsters have to deal with the 80s.
It sucked.
The Rob Zombie movie was fine. It was acceptable.
Oh, here's a key. All right, there you go. That's the start to your Munsters adventure. The rest is up to you. Let's get obscure. Let's get really obscure. Let's get UK miniseries obscure. With Robin of Sherwood, they decided there should be a television miniseries event based on the legend of Robin Hood.
I mean, there should always be limited TV series events, personally, but...
I don't know what this is. I don't know what this game is. This is perfect. I hope to be surprised and delighted.
Resume play on a saved game.
No, thank you. Oh, it's a text adventure!
This? What shall I do now? Eat shit. I don't understand.
That's what I think about text adventures. Sorry, Robin Hood, not going to help you out of this one.
You know, aw.
I don't have the gamer's skill set to make text adventures entertaining, or to even know what to do in them. But I'm sure this is a fine game. So check it out if you like Robin Hood. Now the next game, Roland's Rat Race. This game's more my speed.
Roland's Rat Race. What is this based on?
This is based on a children's TV show that also ended in '85.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, 85, and the game was released in 85. This came out, they probably thought the show would exist for many years because it had been going for many years at this point.
Oh, him!
Yeah. He appears courtesy of Roland Rat Enterprises.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, fancy. Whoa! Boy, you guys sure cracked the game all right.
Roland's Rat Race!
You guys did a great job.
Yeah, Dave, you messed up, man. you got it all wrong.
You fucked up Roland, but good. Jeez. This couple of games have been duds.
Dave.
I'm sure that's about to change. We're going back to the 60s. Good news.
Okay.
Free love for everybody. And free Thunderbirds for everybody. Show ended at 66. They kept showing it, and people loved it so much that they decided to make multiple games about it. It's not the last time we'll see Thunderbirds tonight.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Thunderbirds is after Three Stooges. I knew that. Alex, what do you want to tell me about Thunderbirds?
It's a puppet marionette animated show. The people behind it did a lot of other shows, mostly in the UK.
Hideaki Anno loved it, apparently, and put multiple
sense.
references to it in his shows. I just know this is the weird puppet show that was the basis for, Team America World Police.
There were other puppet shows by the same company.
That's just the frame of reference I'm coming from, alright? You're gonna have to live with it. Not that I condone or deny the world police, especially in these trying times. Can I play this? Okay. Right. Got it.
Yeah, that's my opinion on Thunderbirds. It's kind of a boring show, but it's beautiful to look at.
There we go. Alright, let's bring some Weed Killer with us. And let's bring some heavy-duty acid should probably do us pretty well. Alright, let's drop some heavy-duty acid.
Okay.
Thunderbirds are doing acid. Thunderbirds is for kids that have a vehicle special interest. That makes sense. So it was less about the puppets and more about cool vehicles they were in. Alright. Kind of tight quarters in here. You wanna move your ass? Let Mr. Green through? Oh my god, it's a block-pushing puzzle with vehicles? Are you kidding me? They Soka-bond it?
Okay, so they apparently made the show specifically for an American audience, but no one in America picked it up.
That's a shame.
Yeah, they could have been
This is the last thing I would expect from a Thunderbirds adaptation. Use the vehicles to... Now what am I doing?
Game over.
What? What do you mean game over?
Don't worry about it.
No, they just died. All of them.
Fuck. Thunderbirds are dead.
Next up... God, this is a blow-up. Next up is a 1986 game based on a TV miniseries that ended in 1985, but was still quite popular for some reason. You ever hear of V?
I have, and I've been meaning to watch V.
Tell me about V.
The aliens are lizards.
Okay. Press your space. I can't do that on stream. We're getting to the weird games as we get toward the end of our alphabetical journey through canceled TV show games on C64. I wasn't sure what to expect from them, but boy, they delivered.
Basically, a bunch of aliens come to Earth and they're like, hey, we're cool humanoids. We're going to be really nice and not do anything abnormal. And they're secretly lizards who want to take over.
Well, shit.
That's V, right? I haven't seen V, but I know of V.
Oh, Alex, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm stuck in this menu in the lower right.
Oh, you've got detonation going on.
Detonation in explosive laid. That's good. Docking bay location. Damage on level 1. Oh, okay. I got control of my guy again. Except I'm stuck. What is happening? Error 86.
Error
Device
86,
not
Danny.
present.
Go Google and figure out what it is.
Is that an in-game error or a C64 error?
Captain Bloodass Huey. Yeah, actually.
It brings up all kinds of different information depending on the buttons I push. Okay, we've entered mode 77777.
Circuits are on.
That's good. Okay, so you hold down the button to control your character, and otherwise you flip through this menu in the lower right. Maybe if I'd watched V, I would understand what's going on here.
I mean, I guess V is technically a miniseries.
The V fans are eating this up, I bet. Just like, oh man, it's the episode where he got trapped in the laser barrier and wandered back and forth and whoa! Cool!
Okay, alright. This is very sick.
He's been in his little enclosure so long, he's just doing a bunch of crazy backflips.
Bored. Please, he needs enrichment.
Give him a little bottle feeder. Turn him into a gerbil.
These are about
great.
shows that got canceled. Not
these
games that got canceled.
These games were released, but these games were released in the year the show got canceled or the year before, so they were doomed to fail pretty much. Like me trying to play V, they were doomed to fail. Well, let's move on to something more normal. The show ended in '88, but the game was released in '87, so it at least had some relevance while it was on store shelves. Let's play Yes, Prime Minister.
What will you even do with a Yes Prime Minister game?
This is a sequel show to a show called Yes, Minister, so good for that guy. What can y'all tell me about Yes, Prime Minister, other than the fact that it's very obviously a UK show? Don't call this hotline. We won't get any money for it. Yeah.
Could you make their noses a little bigger? I think they're kind of small.
Okay. Yeah, it being a miniseries, it wasn't necessarily canceled, but I still wanted to include it because there's a V video game. I had to show it off. Slow speech off. No. Or, I guess I'm sure I want to start the game. Okay.
Insert main disc.
What does the fire button do in Yes, Prime Minister?
He just pulls out a gun.
Day 1. Uh-huh. It's a beautiful day here in, Is that the Queen?
Yeah, she looks great.
Oh, geez, I've been sitting here for 20 minutes and haven't done anything at work today.
The Bean may have asked if I have any suggestions for 2 vacancies on their alcohol problem committee. Any ideas?
I'll take care of their alcohol for them.
You got a meeting with cabinet secretary. Oh, you're missing the meeting with the cabinet secretary.
No, I was staring off into space for 20 minutes. I'm a terrible assistant. Oh, it's April Fool's, though. I can at least say I was pulling a prank.
Diplomacy is about surviving until the end of the next century. Politics is about surviving until the end of next week.
Oh. Is this a wow. Everybody salute the Union Jack.
It's so what?
Aha! There's a safe.
Information gathering isn't really a problem at number 10.
I'm not going to read that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got too much bullshit. Can't turn off the lamp? Fuck this.
Well, let's hit the alcohol. Let's hit the bar. I can't hit the bar, but it's 9:27. I've been working for 27 minutes. Door. Let's go bother Bernard.
Hey, Bernard. How you doing? My cabinet secretary. Who cares about that?
Oh, we are the Prime Minister in this. I see. Let's visit Sir Humphrey. Here.
What have you been doing? We had a meeting arranged at 9:20 to discuss your idea of a ministry for women's affairs.
I was dissociating. Come on. Give me a break.
Blow me. It was my idea, wasn't it?
Blow me. It will, of course. Folks, we're going to please the radical feminists. Are they ever pleased? Oh, God. All right.
Oh, I got more annoyed if they can't complain.
Here we go. What kind of women do we want to appeal to?
Radical feminists. Fuck it.
We're going with the radical
Screw this
feminists.
guy.
Can't pigeonhole women like that.
For the sake of convenience, let us accept your stereotype.
No, radical feminists. Is that entirely wise? Oh, man.
No, we're appeasing
Let me appeal to the radical
A
feminists.
woman should be in charge of it. We're not dumb.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, this guy would be
Oh
so
my
annoying
God.
online. It's anti-male discrimination to have a woman head up the women's department.
Funniest thing I've heard all week.
All right. Thank you, Nocturne Dustclaw, for the raid. We're playing Yes, Prime Minister.
We're playing Yes, Prime Minister, the game everyone knows and loves. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Minnesota Fats #1. I agree. That guy had some good games. Wait, I'm going to sack the traffic official. I'm going to beat him over the head with a sack. That's what that means.
I put in the wrong name. You can follow that person if you want. Why not?
Good job, Alex. Like I'm doing any better. I'm trying to appeal to the radical feminists, and the game's just not letting me. This goes on forever! Oh, God! Being Prime Minister sucks. I quit. That's Yes, Prime Minister.
Sorry.
Alright, let's end our C64 segment in the most normal way possible. With a 1985 game based on a show that ended in 1984. Of course, this is a game based on the Young Ones. Did you know they tried to make a US version of the Young Ones and it's lost media?
It is?
Yeah, there was like a pilot episode that was never aired. It featured one of the guys from the original Young Ones, and he was apparently relieved that the show bombed, so because he didn't have to fulfill his contract.
Nice.
What can y'all tell me about the Young Ones?
I know nothing about the Young Ones. I should know something about them. I know it aired on Comedy Central. I know that.
They're young. They're ones. And there we go.
I know they're a bunch of trashy freaks, if I recall.
Mike, the cool person, wants to pick up the bomb. Swap joystick game. Yeah, here we go. Let's talk. Let's not talk. Let's walk to the garden. Completely brilliant. I'll pick up the cage. Okay. Let's pick up the cage. But don't pick up the chainsaw. Don't you do it. Ah! What? Why'd the music do that?
Don't worry about it, it's good.
We can't do anything with the kitty. Frog? No, we can't do anything with the frog. Special branch? No? Let's go to the hall. This is just like an episode of the Young Ones. I suppose I'll pick up this money. I'll pick up the medic's handbook.
You wish I'll 10 Little Lions for the 29-month resub. Vivian, I don't want to watch Bastard Squad. Listen, I need to watch the Young Ones. I need to watch a lot of things. But I can't watch Automan.
Who should we call on the phone?
That one. Nice. I'm always doing that.
Called up someone and say, "Up here's ugly." Let's go to the laundrette. I gotta do some laundry.
Anarchy rolls. I'm gonna go pick up the toilet roll. Thank you, 2 40-foot slabs for the 42-month resub. Up yours, ugly. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go laundry tomorrow.
What is happening? Sure, switch on the lighter. Why not?
Yeah, switch on the lighter at the...
I'm gonna pick up the £1 note. Or coin.
That's a huge coin, Manny.
I'm rich.
Thank you, Ziggy Chardust, for the 4-month resub. Appreciate that.
Hey, thank you for the Prime
This is
sub.
demented.
This is inscrutable. The shop? So there's other people who do things independent of you, picking up and dropping things. I assume this is like necessary quest items they do that with too, so that's pretty interesting. Girly fun? Post box? Let's open the post box. Oh, it exploded or something.
Huh. Chat saying this is knob music, this is testicle music.
Knob music. The UK offshoot of penis music. Let's go under the stairs. Why not? Was there a boob? I didn't even see it.
I didn't see the boob
This is
at all.
madness. Suppose you want me to pick up the girly dress. No, I'm down here. Don't open the floorboards. Don't open the bed! Blowtorch. I'm gonna take care of these fuckers.
I'm gonna put down the goldfish bowl.
The blowtorch also exploded.
That's not good.
Y'all quit picking up and dropping the goldfish bowl. Is there a gas leak in their house or something?
I think a gas leak in the Young Ones' house would explain a lot.
Alex, what the hell was with any of the games we just played over the last hour? Like, some of them made sense. The games based on shows that were about talking vehicles, those were pretty straightforward, just about shooting things. Sure, pick up the guitar case, put the goldfish bowl in it. I can't walk anywhere. I think I'm over encumbered. Okay, here we are. Dude, get away from the guitar case. Just... Close the cup. That would be pretty anarchic. I'm done with this. I'm done with the Young Ones. I'm done with the Commodore 64. Thank you. Thank you all for watching our foray into the C64 games based on canceled shows, but we do have more to show you, so we should get on.
Okay.
We have more to show you on other platforms, such as the ZX Spectrum. Oh, that's a good sign. Just got a few of these, but these sound pretty promising to me. ZX Spectrum had a game based on the A-Team, Released in 1989. The show ended in 1987. So they missed the boat on this one, but
Hey,
good.
sure did.
Oh man, the A-Team's going to be on TV forever. You're always going to be able to turn on the telly and see BJ Baracus. Wait, B.A. Baracus.
B.A. Brock. Danny!
Sorry. I'm doing my best here, okay?
Well, if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers team.
Looks like I want to Kempston for this.
You're getting banned to hell, Danny.
That wasn't even intended.
Zero Jugar, this isn't Spanish, Danny.
Well, Spanish...
You got zero puntos.
Spanish ZX Spectrum owners can enjoy a port of the A-Team, which is apparently just Operation Wolf. Are we... Okay, I figured out the fire button. We're good. Are we B.A. Baracus? Is this what he does in the show?
No! They famously, don't hit people with their... They don't kill people.
Well, he's killing a lot of people right now.
No, that's not what the
He's
A-Team does.
Just mowing them down like Rambo.
It's like giving Batman a gun. It doesn't work. The A-Team doesn't do this.
Doesn't work. Looks what's working right now.
All right, buena suerte.
Hey, that's good. Why is this only in Spanish?
Why is this in Spanish?
Continue on with the A-Team's murderous mission. Where are we and why are we doing this?
We're in the Middle East?
Yeah, apparently. But for why?
To do the Iraq War.
That's not what the...
You're right. Sorry, it's Desert Storm.
Right. Desert Shield at this point. Cool. I guess. That's what the A-Team looks like on ZX Spectrum.
All right, the A-Team.
No, reset. Actually reset. Don't. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we should be fine anyways. Next game. Let's go with a kids show. A kids show that ended in 1977, but this game was made in 1984. Again, missing the boat big time. This is the Magic Roundabout.
Thank you for the 50 bits, Cartman. Yeah, the A-Team was finally sent for crimes they did commit. All right, there's the dog, the girl, the snail, the spring.
What's everyone's problem?
It's a lot of problems. Yeah, it's Dougal the dog. You know him, right?
Dougal the dog?
Do you not know Dougal?
No.
Danny doesn't know Dougal, chat.
Give me another joystick here. Give me a cursor control. There we go. Am I
That's
Dougal?
Dougal. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well. Oh, it's... Okay, so we put a bunch of sugar around the yard for Dougal to eat. And I have to keep his sugar meter filled up. Is this what kids watched in the UK in the 70s?
Mm-hmm.
This explains a lot. So you just keep pumping the dog full of sugar? This is episode 1.
He loved to eat sugar cubes, apparently. Okay.
I like the fact that you can carry the sugar around and make stacks of it. That's pretty nice. Oh, I'm gonna eat so much fucking sugar. Look at this. Oh, I'm just eating the shit out of the sugar. Did I eat the man?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay. Was he sugary?
He was delicious.
Oh,
watch out!
big dude! He has a hat! Look out! This noise. All these noises are incredible. You know what? Go ahead. And me.
Time for bed!
It's creepy as hell. The Magic Roundabout? Sure. Let's end things on the ZX Spectrum, blessedly, with a 1986 game based on a show that ended in 85, Street Hawk. The Magic Roundabout. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while. Just a big old dog gobbling down sugar.
He loved sugar, man.
This is how you spell street.
Yeah.
Street Hassle, Street Hawk. Here we go.
So, Chad,
now
you
look
remember
at this
Street
guy.
Hawk?
This looks like another talking vehicle show to me. Or maybe it's the man? Who wants to clarify?
Chad, do we know Street Hawk? I'm actually looking up Street Hawk because I've literally... You had a toy of this?
Nice.
Okay.
All right, give me a Kempston joystick for this one. Let's do it. There we go.
All right, you're in a cool motorcycle. No one's heard of this, apparently.
There are villains to catch. You must move fast. Now, this also had an Amstrad CPC release that was more arcade-like. It looked kind of like Jetpack to me. But this is the more famous Street Hawk game, apparently.
Good news, Street Hawk isn't available on streaming.
You love to hear it. This looks like one of the shows that lasted exactly one season, and maybe they aired half the episodes. Go on, Jesse. There's an ape out on you. Oh my
ran
god.
from January 4th, 1985 until May 16th, 1985.
It had a good few months. Enough time to make a video game based on it.
I'm looking up the synopsis on Just Watch, and it doesn't actually tell you what the story is about, what the show is about. It just tells you all about the executives who worked on it.
Cool.
Which, I mean, that's cool.
I died. That's Street Hawk. This looked way cooler on the box than it did in-game, which I guess is the case for a lot of ZX Spectrum games. Oh, thank God we're out of microcomputer territory. I can finally breathe a little bit easier. These first few games, I wanted to get the experience of seeing them firsthand for the first time on stream, and I'm glad I did. For stuff like the Young Ones, apparently. Mm-hmm. So what was some good stuff we saw, Alex? What do you remember from that last part?
I will say I really, really enjoyed... I wanted to see more of Robin of Sherwood. I wanted to see what I can do with that. I thought Monkey Magic's use of licensed music was really cool. And I liked the part in the Fall Guy when you kept getting hit on the head. Yeah,
that was good. He kept getting a bird dropping stones on his head.
Also surprised to see the Honeymooners.
Yeah, me too. So let's talk about some of the shows that actually produced games that were contemporary. These are games that came out when the show was active and still had at least 2 years on its little schedule before it finally got deleted, canceled, whatever you want to call it. Let's show off some contemporary games from the 80s and 90s. Here we go. The C64 A-Team game. We're not going to play it because it came out in 85 when the show was actually relevant. There's BA, there's Face, there's Hannibal, and there's trademark
That's exactly what they
cigar.
look like.
Good. Also, on C64 and 85, Airwolf. This version came out when Airwolf was actually on the air. Can you imagine actually releasing an Airwolf game on time? Couldn't be me. This is a crash smash, apparently. Now, moving forward a little bit, this Are You Afraid of the Dark game, this was hella relevant. It came out in 94. The series didn't end until 2000.
It ended until 2000, wow.
Yeah, good job jumping on it while it was hot. This show lasted for a way longer time than I thought. Next up, Bill Nye the Science Guy Stopped the Rock. Also very relevant. Came out in 96. The show didn't end until 99. Alex played a little bit of this on stream before.
Mm-hmm. I've also played the Are You Afraid of the Dark before as well.
This next one's a surprise. The Dallas Quest.
I got really excited. It's Dallas, Danny.
This came out in 84, and the show ran for way longer than I ever could have expected. That shit lasted into the 90s. So, way to go, Datasoft, for making a relevant Dallas game when people really wanted to see it. If you don't know what Dallas is, it's basically the episode of The Simpsons where they were like, who shot Mr. Burns?
Yeah.
Sorry to be so reductive. EastEnders for ZX Spectrum, released in 87. EastEnders, as far as I know, still on the air.
Yep.
Can't be more relevant than that. Can't show that on the stream because, man, they jumped on it when it was hot, and it's still going as far as I know. Yeah, an EastEnders game based on the soap opera, of all things.
I bet it's good.
Another drama that saw a relevant release for ZX Spectrum, Grange Hill. Apparently some kind of school-based game. I don't know. I'm not British. I'm doing the best I can here. That was relevant. It lasted for many more years after 87. Good job, blokes. Mind if I call you blokes? The home improvement game for Super Nintendo, for all we make fun of it, was really, really hot at the time, at least in terms of license. Nobody bought the game. Nobody played the game. But being released in 1994 and the show ending in 1999, they had several years for this to sit on store shelves for nobody to buy it. So good job, guys. Nightmare.
I love him.
Nightmare, based on the game show styled kids game show for the UK. This is kind of like a video game, but in real life. I'm doing a very poor job of describing it. But Nightmare had several game adaptations, and the show was relevant for several years. This ended in 1994, apparently. So nice work, Activision. What the fuck is this? It's a knockout?
Have you not heard of It's a Knockout?
I've heard of the show, but what is going on this cover? What's happening here?
There's a guy getting knocked out, there's a guy knocking out, and then there's a bird gonna eat a worm, probably a knockout as well.
This game came out in 86, and it lasted for many more years. May still be going on, for all I know. If it's still going on, let me know in chat. Another game quite relevant, L.A. Law, the computer game, released for DOS in 1992.
Oh no, is that Capstone?
The show ended in 94, so by our metrics, this does not count for the stream. Good job making an L.A. Law game when the show was at the height of its popularity, apparently. Miami Vice on C64 we're not going to play because that came out in 86. The show ended in like 90 or 91, I believe. Many other Miami Vice games came out in the years afterwards, but the C64 game, they knew it. Ocean, they know their licenses, and they hopped right on that shit.
Oh, I missed it earlier. Thank you for the raid, Jordan, and thank you for the raid Larvae restart. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for the raids. I appreciate it. Miami Vice. Anyone see this show?
Have you ever seen Miami Vice, Danny?
I don't think I've ever watched a single episode.
What?
And yeah, very convincing muzzle flashes there. Not just Photoshop. You know what else was relevant? Mission Impossible, the NES game. You would think, oh, Mission Impossible in the 60s. How's that possible? There was a second series in the 90s, which is what this game is explicitly based on. And no one remembers that, so people just assume it's based on the 60s show. But no, they had a reasons to make a Mission Impossible game, and they did it when the series was still active. Konami, good work picking the license. I don't think anyone played this, though. Mitokomon, incredible fact that they kept making games based on this. It's like a historical drama / comedy series. It ended in 2011. This show was on for decades in Japan, and I'm surprised they're still not airing it. But Mitokomon, it was on the air when they released these Famicom games. Sunsoft, good work. Also
Neighbors!
Good work to the people who made the multiple Neighbors games released for Amiga. There's an action game, there's an adventure game. This is an Australian soap opera. And it's still in production. They're still airing episodes of Neighbors. They're still making them. People are still watching them. So to the people who made these Amiga games circa the 90s, man, you had your finger on the hot button of entertainment, as they say. Do they say that?
Yeah.
Perry Mason, The Case of the Mandarin Murder for DOS in 85. Perry Mason didn't end until many years later. So all you Perry Mason fans, check it out.
Mason heads, rise up.
Rise up, Mason heads. Ryori no Tetsujin,
Oh, I know this.
also known as Iron Chef, came out on Saturn in 1996. The show ended in 1999. This was the prime moment when people wanted an Iron Chef game, and they gave us exactly one for the Sega Saturn. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Sequest, you would think, would be featured on this show. Like, by all means, canceled TV shows that had games. No, my friend. The games were released in 1994. The show ended in 1996. It had several seasons. People couldn't get enough of the undersea adventures of those guys.
Those guys. And that dolphin.
And the dolphin, of course. Shutsudo Miniskirt Police
I know this game.
for Sega Saturn. The game that broke my Sega Saturn when we played it many years ago was actually based on a television series. This was released in 97. The show didn't end until 2005, after a decade's worth of Miniskirt Police action. How many episodes can you make about a show that features the premise is just the police wear miniskirts?
Okay. okay?
I don't know. They managed it, though. I really want this special edition that includes the Goofy figure, by the way. So if anyone has a cheap copy, let me know.
Oh,
Sooty
they're
and Sweep
cute.
had mini-series and maybe continuing nowadays. The C64 game in '89, quite relevant. We may want to play this someday, as seen on TV.
Cute.
See, they can claim on the cover, as seen on TV, and it's the truth. Also, Spitting Image, mini Amiga games, based on this series and popular puppet thing. I'm looking at these puppets. I don't like them.
Barry Manilow is free.
I'll say yes. What does that mean? The show ended in '96, so the games that came out for the Amiga, including the extremely terrible fighting game, they were relevant, as much as I don't want to admit it. C64 in '85 brought us Super Gran, a show about a super-powered grandma. Yep, we can't play it.
Gran.
We can't play it because they released this when the show was at the height of its popularity, and it had many years left. So all you Super Gran fans, you got a game to play. Treasure Hunt. I know nothing about this show, but I love this cover. Came out for the ZX Spectrum in '85, and the show went on for many more years after that. Can we bomb here? How about over here? No, I want to bomb here.
I love them.
The Twilight Zone for the Amiga, you think, this is another case where it's like, oh god, they're digging back in the 60s for this. Nope. Second series of Twilight Zone started airing in the late 80s, and this was based on that, not the original series. Strange but true. And finally, Young Indiana Jones, another show you would very much expect to show up on this episode. The show ended in '93, but continued with a bunch of made-for-TV movies. They kept trying to make Young Indiana Jones a thing, and nobody was really buying it. But it kept being on TV despite our wishes, making these terrible, terrible games extremely relevant. All right, now let's go back to the action with some console games based on TV shows that were canceled. Don't you feel more educated now?
I do. I feel educated and elated. I'm very elated.
Bring me up a capture window if you're so
you can
elated.
actually see the thing? Yeah, hold on one second here. Let's bring that up. There you go.
We're going back in time. The original console, the VCS, baby. The Atari 2600 had a game based on MASH that was released in the show's final year. This show was very popular for a time, but
MASH was huge.
But to release it on the absolute last year as it was airing, when After MASH was about to start up, no, this is not the time to do it. Still, here we are. MASH for the Atari 2600.
All right, save lives. Good luck.
Was that Suicide is Painless?
It sure was. Suicide is Painless, honey.
Okay, so this is a game where you're a helicopter, and you go pick up dudes and drop them off at your tent. You have a competing rescue unit? I don't know why. There is a yellow helicopter who's trying to pick up patients before you can scoop them up.
Thank you, Pirate Pequeño, for the 6-month resub. Hey, MASH wasn't canceled. I mean, the game came out by the time the show had ended.
I'm counting this. Also, I just wanted to show this off.
What?
This is the second phase of the gameplay. After you rescue people, you gotta pull the shrapnel out of them, as you do in war. Die!
You killed him.
It's fine. We're going back. I like these helicopters and just kind of bounce off of each other. Still, a MASH game released in the 70s would have gone hard.
He Surface came for the 25 bits. There was a weird effort to market MASH to kids. They made action figures. I have the Hawkeye one on my shelf. That is insane to me.
Awesome. There's a Hawkeye figure. My old roommate, big fan of MASH. They insisted on watching the show without the laugh track, which I think is the right call. I watched several episodes with him, and you know what? That's a good-ass show.
I've heard it's good.
I like MASH. It's not a fun watch because it's really bitter and like has a bunch of tragedy mixed in with the comedy. It's all like, well, you can send this one to the graveyard. Anyway, you know what the real tragedy is? What they serve at the mess tent.
Yeah, that sounds about MASH, alright.
Still, this is pretty unique, and I guess my game's over. Like many Atari games, this ends after 2 minutes. Yeah, the original series had a laugh track, and apparently people can't stand that, so there's versions of the episodes without it.
I thank you for the bits. All right, what's next, Danny?
Next up, let's move on to the old Sega Master System.
Okay.
Who can tell where I'm going with this?
I think I know.
You can probably tell where I'm going with this. Sega Master System didn't have many licensed games, but it had one honey of a licensed game right here, I tell you what. We have to feature this. Now, there are many games that we can't feature based on this show because they were released at the height of its popularity in the mid-'80s. But by 1989, during its final season, that is a bad time to release a game based on Alf. No, you're going to have to crop that alien.
I got you.
This game is unbelievably shit. This is a US-made Sega Master System game. One of, I think, two, the other being Monopoly. This is like some subcontractor that Sega hired to make some Master System games. Gave him $10 and gave him a week or something like that. And that's how you end up with this video game. Huh? What? Fly, Alf. Fly. These things never seem to have fuel when you need them. I guess he's Andrew Dice Clay now. Alex, do your best Alf voice.
Oh, Willie! I'm eating your cat!
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
So we picked up the cat. And we gotta go in the fridge and pick up this salami. Just the ticket for those nasty bats. This is a mixture of point-and-click adventure game style logic with side-scrolling platforming. So the first thing you gotta do in the game is go to the Tanner family basement and fight off a bunch of bats while you hunt for gold. This isn't much stupider than the show itself, but it's pretty stupid. It's about what Alf deserves. And as for whether this is better or worse than those educational games for DOS, that's up for debate. I defy you to play this, though. The controls are so horrible. The hitboxes are so broken. You go into a room and you just get instantly killed because there's a thing there. You go off into the street, where there's FBI guys trying to grab you. I don't like this little grabby hands motion they program. I'm gonna get you. Oh God!
No.
He did get me. Do you wish to continue playing? It defaults to no. So, we're gonna pick no.
I mean, I also default to no when I see Alf.
Okay, Alex, do me a favor. Hit the guide button on that blue controller next to you and start up MAME. Because you're about to play the arcade version of Airwolf.
The guide button?
Yeah, the Xbox button.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now start up MAME. It's 271. We're not done with Airwolf. We've seen one game that came too late, one game that was released just in time, and this game, which came out the year that it ended. So a little bit in between the two. Alex, show us how you play Airwolf for arcade.
I don't like that this is all being put on me.
No, you got this. Don't worry about it.
Okay, let me just do a few things here. We go so you can actually hear this. Let me turn this down. Okay, let's go. Whew!
Do it. Now, this came from a company called Hugo. Really obscure developer. Made a few games, including Wrath of the Black Manta, you may know them from. There's an okay adaptation of the show's theme song playing in the background. How's the controls on this?
A little slippery, but not bad.
Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's like your helicopter's on ice or something. You got some real momentum to how you play. Oh, you could just fucking destroy the dudes on the ground. You could do a loop? Can you do a loop in a helicopter?
Probably. You'll probably die if you do it.
You could probably do a loop in Airwolf, but I wonder about regular helicopters. It's a little loud. Okay, turn it down a little bit if you would. We're going to hear that Airwolf theme so many times tonight. As far as the renditions of the Airwolf theme go, this is just average, in my opinion. Alex, I have not seen a single episode of Airwolf.
Me either, but I know of it. It was when we had like Airwolf and Blue Thunder and Street Hawk and Knight Rider, and everybody had like a magical vehicle.
Yeah, we used to be a real country. These tiny helicopters are just taking down Airwolf, no problem. You can do loops in helicopters. I've never seen that happen, but I guess it's possible. So for... No, the MASH unit! They have some bittersweet comedy to deliver. Then you do a celebratory loop.
Yeah! Now who's crying about the horrors of war, huh? Kill these guys, kill them.
Oh my god! They were trying to parachute to safety and you just...
No, they died. They died because Airwolf is here. And Airwolf is a vicious little beast who demands blood.
No retreat, no surrender. That's the Airwolf motto.
I surrendered indeed.
Airwolf, released in arcades in 1987 when the show ended in 87. So, not the greatest timing, but people may have seen that arcade game and been like, yeah, Airwolf. I know that. I've seen that show. Bring back my capture window, if you would.
Oh, yeah.
Because I have things to show you.
Okay.
Now, keep that in mind as I show you the next couple of games. So, we saw that one relevant Airwolf game. We saw that one arcade game that was semi-relevant. Well, what if I told you there was a Japanese Airwolf game for the Famicom?
Okay.
Let's play that. This one, the one that says Airwolf. Here we have the first ever Famicom depiction of Ernest Borgnine. He's right there. Ooh, this is a really slow, elegiac rendition of the Airwolf theme. It's the down-tempo version. Alright, let's go.
Why is it so down-tempo?
What was that thing you just did that doubled the audio?
Oh, I unmuted the desktop audio. The desktop audio was unmuted and even muted. So
Oh, okay, I see. That explains it. Alright, let's see how Airwolf looks on Famicom. By the way, this is by the same company, Kyugo. And you'd think they would make a port of their arcade game, but while this has some similarities, this is a distinct and different video game. They wanted a retry at delivering the ultimate Airwolf experience. I almost said werewolf.
I mean, it could be a werewolf experience.
What if a werewolf piloted Airwolf? Oh, Jesus.
Hey, this looks like the arcade version of shit.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't need frame rate, right?
Oh, this is good, dude.
Wow, it's really hard, too. Still, Kyugo had Airwolf in their hearts. They believed in that little helicopter who could. I'm Airwolf. I could do whatever I want.
Feel good, I'm Airwolf.
Cartman, thank you for the 25
Thank you.
teen Airwolf.
Airwolf.
That's what could have brought the series into the 90s. Not enough shows about helicopters nowadays.
That's true. Now it's all about, like, murder.
Yeah.
Everyone's always like, oh,
Why can't Reacher have a helicopter?
Who?
Reacher.
Reacher should have it. See?
A giant helicopter for a giant man.
He's so big! I'm sorry, every time I see a picture of him, I'm just like, it's like he's getting more and more massive. I don't know what they're feeding him in Amazon. Like, does Jeff Bezos just pump that man full of meat? Like, he's like, alright, Reacher, it's time for your 5 a.m. prime rib.
Mmm, delicious.
Like, no, I'm tired. Please
You notice
let me eat a vegetable.
how much the game slows down when I fire? I think that's pretty great.
I think that's good.
So I guess an actual strat for this game is if you find it too tough, just hit the fire button as much as possible.
Okay.
It'll slow the game down. Oh shit, Airwolf! You're going too fast! We're approaching micro mic speeds!
Airwolf. Okay, there you go.
What's this game's problem? This feels really weird to play. But I guess we needed to make a Famicom Airwolf game. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a game based on Airwolf for Nintendo's 8-bit system. Or would there?
Oh, okay. Was Airwolf particularly popular in Japan?
I don't know. Here we go. Look at this character art.
I hate to call you back to activate, but we are desperate trouble.
Beam Software is here to deliver the ultimate Airwolf experience, like never seen before. I don't think Airwolf was... Whoa, Airwolf logo jump scare. I don't think it was remotely popular enough to deserve this many games. You have the LCD version of this? Oh yeah, Acclaim released a bunch of LCD games based on their NES releases for a time. That was weird.
Alright, send out the other Airwolf.
Enemy radar detected my craft. Oh no. Gotta take care of those guys. So we got a little map down here at the bottom. And you can pilot yourself towards these various locations. And when you're on the screen, you have to feather the up button in order to land slowly. If you don't, you just crash into the ground and die. It's really cool because it just jump cuts to that screen. And it's like, hey, make sure you push up! Except it doesn't actually tell you that. It just, if you don't do that, that happens.
Airwolf's logo does not look great there.
No, what's it supposed to be? There's like a wolf and a sheep? A wolf in sheep's clothing? Is that Airwolf? I think it's more of a helicopter. Alright, let's reattempt that. Except without crashing into the ground. There we go. If there was an Airwolf game you played as a kid, it was probably this one. Copies of this littered Funko lands for years and years. You would have to have a copy of Airwolf if you were an NES collector.
They would force it on you. They would just be like, listen, you can't leave the store. You can't buy Mario without Airwolf. Now, get yourself an Airwolf.
Gonna make me a throne out of Airwolf cards, like they did with Super Mario and Duck Hunt. I forget what to do after that happens. I guess you just die. Go on, kill me. Kill Airwolf. Alright, good news. We're done with Airwolf. We can finally move on to another series. Did you know that they made video games based on other series other than Airwolf?
No. I'm pretty sure we were all Airwolf all the time.
Like Gilligan's Island.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale. Oh my god, Gilligan! Okay, I'm sorry I have to miss him.
Show ended in '67, found a new life on Nick at Night. And that's how Bondi and Tosei teamed up to deliver an NES game based on Gilligan's Island. Everyone's here. The Professor and Marianne. Yeah, who liked this show? I've seen a couple episodes. They always try to make something electronic with coconuts. And Skipper's like, Gilligan, you fucked up! Using those exact words. Let's play Gilligan's Island for Nintendo. Now hear this, everyone. Looks like a storm's coming tonight. We're gonna have to build a large umbrella. Shut up, Gilligan! We gotta build a hut to protect us from the storm. Professor will fix the transmitter, probably with coconuts. Mary will make dinner. And the Howls, they're gonna do the thing they usually do. Not manual labor. Hey, Alex.
Hi, not manual labor, huh?
Yeah, the Howls, you can't get those guys to do anything.
The Howls are kind of dipshits.
We gotta build a hut. Oh, boy.
Oh, Dino, thank you for the 11-month resub, gamers.
Hey, Dino, welcome. How was Culdicept? That game looks fun as hell. I played the 360 one with people when that was new, and I had a lot of fun with that. So you play as the Skipper, not Gilligan, despite what the title may tell you. Skipper has a massive cartoon fist. Mm-hmm. And all Gilligan does when he's following you is complain. And you have, like, witty repartee with him. Who's played this game? And if so, do you like it? I've never heard of anyone saying that they like this game. Isn't this beautiful scenery, Skipper? He says as he's bitten by a snake. Ah, boar! Sure, put me in the hole.
Goodbye, Skipper.
Gilligan! Supper's ready and I'm hungry! We lost Gilligan.
Is Supper the rat?
I found Supper, Gilligan! I'm gonna punch a rat in the face.
So has anybody revealed themselves as a Gilligan's Island stan? Anyone here a big old freak for Gilligan's Island?
Not a single person, but I haven't been looking. Maybe there's multiple Gilligan freaks in chat right now.
Any Skipper shippers in chat?
Skipper shippers? No.
Many years ago, I read erotic Gilligan's Island fan fiction.
Okay, well, they're the Skipper shippers, just like you
I
guessed.
didn't know the Skipper shippers are real.
Now, you gotta keep Gilligan with you, otherwise your time runs out really quickly. But the bulk of what I played of this game involves you wandering around, not really sure what to do, while wild animals maul you and Gilligan. Which is pretty funny. Isn't this beautiful scenery? Oh god, I've done it again. I've done it now.
True, back in the 90s, you would either watch some shit like this or Sally Jesse Raphael.
We'll go this way. I think you can get through this if you mash A. Okay, we did it. Come here, Gilligan, I found dinner. It's some bananas. Gilligan! You goofball! What are you doing?
He's climbing. Don't punch your boyfriend!
Gilligan's Island for NES. It exists. I'm not sure anyone knows why. We do know why the next game exists, though. Check this shit out. Folks, we gotta play Fester's Quest. Literally the story behind this game is that a Sunsoft of America creative executive had a dream one night that his company made a game based on the Addams Family, which he remembered watching as a kid. The show went off the air in 1966. This was before the movie. This was before any other sub-series. So this was the first piece of Addams Family media that had come out in many years. And it was all due to a dream that the Sunsoft guy had. That's literally true. There's an interview on kidfenris.com that confirms that, if you don't believe me. And this game could not possibly be a weirder fit for the Addams Family license, because you're Uncle Fester, you got a gun, and this is the toughest game in the entire world. Everything takes 1,000 hits. You know what, I'm gonna just fucking rapid fire this shit. You definitely want turbo if you're gonna play this. Now, if you put in the time, this game actually is pretty interesting. There's a lot of real cool looking bosses. There's a big quest here, a massive world map to explore. But there's also a big oversight in this game, which is that if you die at any point, you're returned to the very beginning of the video game.
Danny, that's bullshit.
You get to keep your items and stuff, but even though the game looks like it's designed to have shortcuts that open up, that ease your progress, that doesn't happen. So you just return to the start. You gotta do the same shit over and over again as you get back to where you were. The solution is don't die.
Okay.
If you do that, this game's actually pretty fun.
Alright, chat. Don't die.
Kind of a tall order, though, because you only take 2 hits before dying, and it's really hard to find extra health. Also, this is one of those weird multi-genre games where at some point you have to enter these first-person mazes. There's a lot to this. That's a lot to unpack. Do I have any keys? I do. Let's see who's behind this door. It's Pugsley.
Pugsley gives you TNT.
Thank you, Pugsley.
What the fuck? Was this game supposed to have passwords? I think that makes sense.
It was supposed to have passwords or battery backup or something. Alright, let's use a bulb so we can go into the sewer.
You had this game because it was cheap at the used game store, yeah.
This is one of those games that inexplicably every kid played. Either you rented it or you bought it because it was cheap, mysteriously so. It got Nintendo Power coverage, so many people were thinking this was better than they thought. And I gotta tell you, I love Blaster Master, don't get me wrong, but this is a kind of a hard game to stomach. That said, I've beaten it and I kind of like it, so...
What?
So what does that say about me?
I think that says something really cool about you.
If anyone figures that out, let me know. That'll explain a lot about me. Go play Fester's Quest. Maybe you'll understand me better than I do.
Making your therapist play Fester's Quest just so...
She's like, this makes sense.
Oh, I see,
I understand
I
now.
see.
Alright, it's been a while since we've seen our old friend, the talking car, but it's time to go back to Knight Rider. Because Acclaim, late to the party as ever, released a Knight Rider game in 1988 after the show ended in 1986. And it started airing in like 82, so this was probably still fresh in people's memories, but not necessarily a hot property. That's a really good character portrait. Hello, Michael and Kit. Hi, Devin. Good afternoon, Devin. How are you? I'm doing fine. How are you? I'm doing great. How's Kit? Kit's doing fine. Oh, he's being called back before his vacation's over. We got Devin fans in chat.
You a Devin fan?
Now, Michael, you need to come back from vacation because a terrorist group has attacked the U.S. Army Weapons Center.
Oh, that's not good.
And confiscated numerous weapons. That's an interesting word to use. They confiscated weapons, ammunition, and the PIV bomb. The PIV bomb? Yes. And they're currently headed to San Francisco with the PIV bomb.
Huh. Alright, no worries.
Yeah, it's actually a reference to the developer pack-in video, but, you know.
Okay.
Look, don't worry about the PIV bomb, alright?
It has enormous destructive power, Danny.
Let's move on. You can upgrade your stupid talking car. It never talks in the game. Actually, it does. Check this out when the game starts. See? That's classic Kit right there. He's always like, Paul.
Kit always goes blah, blah, blah.
So here you are on a quest to stop the dreaded PIV bomb.
Thank you, Conky Don, for the bits. Yeah, retro streamers do love David Hasselhoff. Also, retro steamers.
Retro steamers.
Retro steamers sounds like...
We'll take care of your carpet.
I was thinking it would be one of those, like, microwave in the bag meals that steams it.
Oh yeah, like steam bag rice.
Yeah, except that
Perfect for a
it's-
busy streamer.
Oh man, you're right! The streamer steamers! Fuck!
Copyright that. Mail a copy to ourselves, registered mail. Don't open it.
I was gonna say, hello Fresh, we have an idea for you. We can help you. Same thing with you, Factor. Factor, we got an idea for you.
So this being a pack-in video game, it's either a 4 out of 10 or a 6 out of 10. I think this is closer to 6 out of 10, so nice work, pack-in video. Good work with the PIV bomb. It's rock in the building. Thank you for the bits. I wish that was a game based on rock.
Sorry.
Let's move on. Let's skip the next game, because I'm not quite sure if there was a 90s show based on it. Anyone know if the Lone Ranger NES game was based on a 90s show, or if it was based on the 60s TV series?
I have no clue.
In any case, play it, but we don't have enough time to show it off to the degree I want to. It's a real Konami banger, let me tell you what. Instead, we're going to play Remote Control. It was based on a movie, that explains it. Yeah, so it's not eligible for this stream.
I had this as a kid.
You did?
Yeah.
By Riedel Software Productions, later Running with Scissors. And published by High Tech Expressions, it's MTV's Remote Control. We're no longer Retro Pals, we're the Streamers Teamers. Who watched this show? This was an MTV game show about pop culture, and it had an edge. It had an attitude. You can... Oh my god. Oh, my controller's still rapid fire. From Fester's Quest.
I like what you're doing to him.
Is this good?
Yeah, it's good.
Alright, let's play.
That's how faces look.
Our contestants are happy as hell to be here. Alright, category 1 for me, please. Oh, no!
Jump scared.
Thanks, MTV. What's the answer to this? Ahmad Rashad, let's say.
There you go.
I know my Cosby Show. He's really happy about it.
He's like, I know TV.
Alex, this is a really ugly-looking video game.
It's a hideous game, but I played it all the time.
Were you struck by this game's ugliness when you played it as a kid?
I kind of liked how ugly it was, honestly.
Where is Night Court located?
Bronx. Oh, it's Manhattan, I'm sorry.
Good job, Howie. You picked up the Night Court points. Boy, I wish there was a Night Court game.
What would it even be about, Danny?
Bull. Stop asking questions about the Cosby Show!
Name Saunders' new husband. Is
You
it
stop
Melvin,
that.
Alvin, or Alvin?
I'm trying to run a stream here.
Did you know that?
No.
Okay.
Would that be a problem if I knew
I
that?
don't know!
I'm gonna pick category 7.
Okay, this is for brain geniuses. Okay.
Dr. Huxtable. No, come on.
I want a doctorate in television trivia.
Oh, okay, I just played the game. I probably know this one. What was Lovely Howell's middle name? I'm gonna say pedigree. No.
Chat's like Wentworth.
Oh, it was Wentworth. Carmen, thank you for the 50
Thank
bits.
you.
Yeah, Cosby Show was more relevant back then.
At a time.
Let's do one more question.
Okay.
Oh my god, they're all making the stink face.
You don't like this.
Give me that category 9. Okay, we have another chance.
Which one of the castaways does the professor think is most beautiful? Ginger, Marianne, or Gilligan? Listen, I know as a skipper shipper, I know how I feel, but...
It's Marianne. Putting Gilligan in there is pretty good. That's just like you were saying, the skipper shippers. They existed back then. Remote control. Gone before your time. Gone too soon. Rest in peace. Also on NES. Based on a show that was a few years older than Remote Control. Good news, folks. We're back to Thunderbirds.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And we're back to pack-in video. You want a game based on a show that's irrelevant? Call Pack-In Video. They'll give you a real PIV bomb.
I don't want that. I would prefer not to.
I don't know what to expect from this after the C64 game, which was Sokoban but with vehicles.
I love them. They're little puppet boys.
They
I
do
love my
look-
puppet boys.
They do look like the characters in the show.
Oh, look at them.
Oh, he's doing the
Puppet
hand
Joe and Marionette Mary.
Put his back, Dad. Oh yeah, it's their dad. Long time no see, Thunderbirds. Give me all your puppets. I'll bombard you with meteors if you
Is
don't.
the Thunderbirds about the dad forcing his sons to do this kind of thing?
I guess so.
Man, Evangelion makes a whole lot more sense now.
Yeah, it's all based on Thunderbirds.
It makes a lot of sense.
Everything comes back to Thunderbirds.
Okay.
Looks like we're about to bomb Austin, Texas. Uh-oh.
It's fine.
Sure, Dad. I'll make those Austinites pay. And now, Sokoban. Oh, no, it's a shmup. Okay.
Okay, this looks normal.
I guess that's a more normal thing to do with the Thunderbirds license. Boy, sure is packing video in here. I keep wanting to do a pack-in video stream, but for some reason no one ever votes for it whenever I put it up for patron vote.
I think people are afraid of pack-in video. They're afraid of its power. They don't want to see it.
Yeah, they're too afraid. They can't. They think they can't handle it. I think you can handle it. I should put them up against something truly loathsome, like Imagineering. Who would win that battle? Maybe no one would vote. That seems okay.
I was gonna say, this seems fun, Danny.
Not sure if better than the C64 one. That one was at least interesting. But if you want a mediocre shmup, pack-in video is who to call. Alright, one more NES game. And it's a real... We got a honey of a license for you here. Folks, did you know that they tried to bring back roller derby to national TV for exactly 1 year? It was called Roller Games. And Konami was there to pick up the license. They were like, oh, fuck yes. World Alliance of Roller Sports, please, we'll do anything for this license. We'll do you right, okay?
Thank you, Carmen, for the bits. I do remember hearing about the Thunderbird movie. I didn't know they had to fly around in a biplane, and that's sick. Welcome to Roller Games, everyone!
So this is a sports entertainment show where it was roller derby, but like pre-scripted, so it had like all these like wrestling style cutaways. Let's pick Team Hot Flash, the ladies. Enter my zone.
Enter my zone and you'll never leave.
Here's the problem though. This being a Konami game, they of course put all their effort into making this a good game. Also, it's impossible. I've never gotten anywhere in this video game. It's really hard. God damn it! Okay, we'll do it. We're gonna do this. They turned it into a strange sort of isometric platformer slash beat 'em up. And typical Konami, the graphics and sounds are amazing. Gameplay, I'm not sold. It's alright. Some people really like this game, some people really don't.
How do you feel?
I think this is too hard for me. I need to play. Excuse me. Are you making fun of me?
No, maybe.
We're gonna play this until I beat it now.
Good roller games emote.
You got a roller games mode? Nice. See an aspartame, thank you for the 100 bits. Don't flip! Flip! That's right, we have shown roller games on stream before with the pinball table. People were convinced that roller derby was going to be the big thing in 1990, and instead the show ended up lasting 1 season. They planned for at least 2, but ratings were so bad they canceled it on the spot. Konami did release it that 1 year it was airing, though, but it didn't have much shelf life at all. Can I go in here? No, it says no. We got a boss fight? Oh shit. Fuck yeah. You can jump kick in roller skates?
That is impressive. Can you jump kick in roller skates?
No. We showed a roller games thing during an intermission long ago? That must have been a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Well, if you want to watch roller games, I'm sure it's up on YouTube because surely no one gives a shit about the copyright at this point. Oh god, I gotta roller skate uphill, and there's barrels. I hope you fight Donkey Kong at the end of this.
I've seen roller derby, oh my god, probably a decade ago, and they didn't have barrels.
Maybe they should have. So there was a pinball table. There was this NES game. And Alex, I'm going to need you to pick up that controller again because I forgot to pick one game from before.
Okay.
Folks, Konami also made an arcade game based on roller games, and Alex is here to show you it. I don't know what it was about roller games. Maybe there was just some licensing exec who was just like really insistent. Like, oh, roller games. Everyone's going to want to see roller derby in 1990. Come on, you got to get on it. And Konami, ever hungry for that Ninja Turtles money, they were like, okay.
Okay, we love Ninja Turtles money.
So let's see how arcade roller games stacks up. The production company has been uploading roller games episodes to YouTube. That's cool.
Good.
People got to know. In 2025, they got to know. Da-da-da-da. Oh, you need to unmute this. So you got your Konami presentation. Pretty good music and sound effects in this. Oh, you need to highlight the window.
I'll be the bad attitude. Oh, I love the Maniacs logo. No way, I'm the Maniacs.
That's a good logo. Those guys are crazy. Probably hoping to spark a revival. I hope they do. I hope there's a Roller Games 2025. Now this one, unlike the NES game, is a more direct adaptation of the show. Because this is what they did in the show. They roller skated. And got points, and they beat each other up. Jesus! That was a good move. Why wasn't Roller Games a success? Why aren't we still watching Roller Games?
I don't know. But if you like roller derby, Austin's got you covered.
That's true, it is an active scene here in Austin.
Very active.
So even though the show was a bust, this game actually looks pretty fun to me. It's just got that Konami arcade excitement to it. They do a really good job of selling whatever they're trying to do in their games. They brought back gladiators?
Yes, they did.
And not American gladiators? That's a shame.
No, they brought back American.
Oh, okay.
It was very short-lived, and for a while, we had American gladiators. That was a classic episode. No, oh my god, you're out.
Yeah, that was cool. Hey, nice. Good hustle out there.
How did I not win? I was like killing everybody.
Good roller games, good roller games.
What?
Winner gets bonus energy. You get nothing.
Danny? Now it's the girls' turn, I guess.
Here we go.
Now for the women's team. Man, I feel bad for Konami because other companies back then, they would pick up a bunch of licenses, companies like Ocean, and they'd be like, just make whatever. Give it no budget, give it no time, just put it on the market, people will buy it. But Konami, their approach was, get this license, and we are going to dedicate all of our best programmers and developers to making a good game.
Leave me alone! I'm just roller gal.
And we're going to see more of this on Friday when I cover canceled cartoons. Because Konami really took a bath with some of the licenses they made for cartoon series back then. The constant rotation is kind of sickening, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's enough roller games.
Okay, between those two games and the pinball game, I think we've covered every single bit of interactive roller games media on stream now.
Okay, good.
So call us Roller Games. Give me back my window.
Oh, yeah.
Roller Games, we're here to talk. Roller Derby for a new generation, all right? How about this? Roller Derby with VTubers.
Okay. Are they just gonna, like, roll around on, like... Are they just gonna put, like, a pair of roller skates on an LCD screen?
We'll make it work.
Okay.
Let's just do it and be rock stars. Over on PC Engine, I have one game to show you. Folks, you're not going to believe this. We've seen this thing before. We've seen it a couple of times before. But did you know there's a Japan-exclusive PC Engine game called Knight Rider Special? They believed in Knight Rider. They believed in it so hard. Pack-in Video is back.
I was about to say come pet the cat, but I don't think that's appropriate.
We got a really quiet adaptation of the show's theme song. We have an 8-bit David Hasselhoff. Michael Knight. Oh, his name's Knight. I see. May I turn this up? There we go.
It's kind of haunting.
So Pack-in Video, they were like, no, we could do better. We gotta remake this shit. Give us another try, boss. And they're boss was like, I love Knight Rider. Let's keep making Knight Rider games. And so that's how we ended up here. It's just funny to see certain shows in particular return time after time after time, and I can only wonder if any of these games were successful. Michael, ikimasho.
Hiro Laha, thank you for the raid.
Hey, thanks for the raid. What were you up to? Hope you had a good stream. We've been playing games based on canceled TV shows, and given this game was released in 1990 and Knight Rider went off the air in '86, not quite sure what they were thinking with this. Maybe it had a revival in Japan or something. So compared to the Famicom game, they added a lot to this. They made this look superficially a lot more like Chase HQ, which I think is a good move on their part. When you're at top speed, you can hit a button to jump way up in the air. Let me show you that. You got a machine gun. Did he have a machine gun in the show?
I don't know if Kid had a machine gun in the show. Oh my god, Kid!
I wonder if this game turns into a platformer eventually. That would be cool.
It sucks that Kid was like this really cool, fully automated, really nice car that's really cool and nice and can do all kinds of neat things. And now that we have self-driving cars that are made from computers, they're really neat. And
Yeah. Run over people on purpose.
Yeah. Kid wouldn't do that. Kid knows.
Kid would never.
Kid would never drive through a wall a la the Wile E. Coyote in the Looney Tunes. Kid's normal.
Kid has empathy.
Kid would be like, I'm not running over pedestrians. I'm a nice guy.
It's got real-time palette shifting for time of day.
Is there an evil Kid? Other than modern AI cars, is there like an evil? There was an evil Kid named Car. There was an evil Kid named Karr.
That's awesome.
Oh my god, I
That
have
rules.
to watch that.
Name a more dedicated couple than Pack-In Video and Knight Rider. Find you a girl who loves you like Pack-In Video loves Knight Rider. Anyway, this game's nothing special. I just think it's funny that there was so many Knight Rider games, and they kept trying so many times. Oh, that's the end of Kit. Sorry, buddy. It was a good run. Let's
Sorry,
move
Kit.
on over to... we got time to cover this.
Okay.
The Super Nintendo. Y'all know the Untouchables?
Danny.
There was a movie released in '91, I think, and there was an NES game based on that movie. But many years later, 1994, there was a Super Nintendo game based on the Untouchables, the series. So let's play that. I'm not sure anyone watched this show. This is one of those shows I'm pretty sure just lasted one season. Let's see what Ocean can do. Oh my god, this is so loud.
There we go.
Yeah, aka the prototype version of the Hat Squad. They do look like the Hat Squad.
They really do.
So if you bought this Super Nintendo game expecting it to be based on the movie, nope. Based on the extremely short-lived TV series.
Oh, beautiful.
Hey, buddy, what's your audio mode? You got like a stereo TV? One of them Motorola sets we had back in the 40s. Give me the counterfeit operation.
You've beaten this at Nerdity? Cool.
Whoa, you've beaten this? This game looks impossible to me. So this game has the really funny ocean aesthetic, where it's like semi-realistic, but everyone's all squat.
Oh, like that Flintstones game.
Exactly, yeah. There's something really funny to me about the ocean aesthetic, because they try to make it look a little bit like the original actors, but then they just go off in their own direction and it looks extremely goofy. This may be based on their RoboCop 3 engine, now that you mention it. Yeah, this plays a lot like it. Maybe that's why they made this at all. They figured they could just really use their technology. Dude, just going apeshit.
He is.
Another fun fact is the NES Untouchables game that was based on the movie was so shitty, they reissued the cartridges to make it less shitty. Like, they redid the gameplay in a big way to make it, like, less impossible. And more like something humans might enjoy playing. So definitely check out the revised version of that if you're going to play that.
Yeah, I love the 1940s techno.
There's the Hat Squad.
There they are.
They all have hats on to show their differences. Yeah, patches in 1991 meant you just buy the game again and hope you get the revised version. Cool. Nice. Wasn't this boss in Earthworm Jim? Dropping crates on your head?
I guess. I don't remember the guns from Earthworm Jim, but I could be wrong.
He had a gun.
That's true.
Can this just not... Fucking... Okay. Rapid fire time. We're gonna do this. Oops. I mean, really? This doesn't have rapid fire? There we go.
I just straight up don't think it can be blown up.
Well, then why does it flash? Alex!
I didn't design this. I designed good things, like our layout. You hit it once, so you're getting a little bit.
I wanted to blow up the things, though.
Oh, you don't get to. It's almost dead. Oh,
Fuck.
you got so close.
Looks like I was touched by a bullet.
There he is, Mr. Crime Boss, looking down at you, or straight at you. Murphigator! Oh my gosh, thank you for the big raid, thank you.
Hey Murph, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I'm playing games based on canceled TV shows, including the Untouchables, which had a TV show, believe it or not, for like a few weeks, and Ocean made a freaking game based on it. What were you up to? I'm in the top 10. Welcome to the Hat Squad. Ugh. Well, that sure was an Ocean game. Let's move on.
Okay, what's next?
So, also of note, there is a Super Famicom game based on the 60s show Combat? With an exclamation mark? It's called Sergeant Saunders Combat. We're not going to play it because it's boring as shit. It's just a military strategy game that happens to be Japan only, and it happens to be based on a 1960s show for whatever reason. Instead, let's move on to something more marketable. Something the kids might want to buy. Ghosts and Goblins!
Nice.
I love that game. Everyone should play Ghosts and Goblins. Oh, man.
Even me?
Murph's playing Ghosts and Goblins now. Yeah, you should play it.
Okay. Renee M, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you.
Hey, Ren. Thanks for the raid. We're playing games based on canceled TV shows, and oh my god, have I got one for you right here. The Flash, the comic book hero, had an extremely short-lived series in the 90s.
It was so short-lived.
As in, like, a few weeks. They kept messing around with the time slot, and eventually the rating slipped, but it was popular enough to get a Game Boy game. Or popular, I should say it was... The license seemed good enough to get a Game Boy game. So yeah, if you thought this game was based on the comic, nope. This is based on, very specifically, that TV series. And it was made by THQ. And yeah, I think I heard something about that. They put the Flash from this show in the new Flash show. Barry, the tricksters escaped from jail. He set time bombs all over the city.
I better get moving, Tina. Where are the bombs?
Why is that face so funny to me?
It's a good face.
Be careful, Barry. Oh, he's fast. I guess that makes sense. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm really in for it now. Wait.
What are you doing?
You could just keep your fist out? Can you... Okay, you can... Okay. No, actually this game may be ultimate. Dude, oh wait, this is intentional. Come here. I want to see if I can actually land some moves on you. It's up to jump, by the way. And the guys push you off the ladder before you can get up there. Come over here.
Oh, you kicked the shit out of him.
No, that's kind of awesome, actually. Watch out, it's the Hamburglar. Can I kick the snack machine?
No.
Aw, come on.
It's a snack machine, but it looks more like a cigarette vending machine.
Cigarettes are snacks.
I mean...
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. It does damage enemies when you do this, when you wiggle your foot at them.
Thank you for the bits, Cartman. Listen, I think the Flash from the cartoon would put a baby in a... not the cartoon, I'm sorry. The live-action series would put a baby in a microwave.
I've seen that.
I love
That's
that
pretty
part.
good.
That's the only thing I know about the
He so lovingly puts that baby in the microwave. Can I just, like, hold the button and then just mash the D-pad and go crazy? You can. Did THQ make a good game accidentally? Oh yeah, what if I do this with the punch? It sort of works.
Get his ass.
Food. I was about to say they missed a trick by not making the food machines punchable, but they totally did. This might be the best THQ game I've ever played.
I just love the way you just, like...
It's so good.
Yeah.
The thing is, the Flash would be doing this, because he's so fast. He likes to clown on people. Oh.
Did you die?
I guess the bombs went off. Well, this is better than I was expecting. It is funny, at least. I was expecting something like Rocky and Bullwinkle for Game Boy, but nope. THQ. This is him arguing with the snack machine, trying to get his money back.
Say good move.
I'm pushing the button. Give me my Funyuns. Sorry, Barry. Man, check out the Flash on Game Boy if you're looking for a pretty funny video game that may actually be playable. This is it. We've reached the end of the stream. We have one more system to cover.
Okay.
I can't believe our next game. Folks, we're in on the Mega Drive, because the Mega Drive is the best system, and it has the best games.
It's fine.
Including games based on, excuse you, including games based on classic TV shows. We got quite a selection of them here. There was one game that was released without the license in the United States. It was called Crossfire. And in Japan, it was released as Super Airwolf. Let's go! We're back to Airwolf!
Fuck yes.
Here we go. You thought you'd heard the last of the classic Airwolf theme, but nope. Hugo, the same people who made the arcade and NES Airwolf games, or excuse me, Famicom Airwolf games, they decided to give it one more shot. They knew what worked, and what worked was Airwolf. They're going to keep hammering away at this until they make a good game. We have to keep the Airwolf dream alive. We can't keep it down.
Oh, his mouth.
His mouth sometimes stops in really funny places during the dialogue here. Let's see if we can make that happen. Yeah, there we go.
Like that. Oh.
Airwolf, you want to give me a kiss? Give me a little helicopter kiss. Another funny thing is this is in English, despite being specifically the Japanese release. For authenticity, I guess. Hope you make a success. Alex, I hope you make a success.
Thank you, I hope so too.
Yeah. Give me all that. Mission A, Guatemala.
Yeah. Goodbye, Airwolf.
This has to be the ultimate Airwolf game, right? After so many attempts, after so many years by the same company, so convinced that they were able to make an Airwolf game. They got the theme song. That might be my favorite part about the game. The music stops when you get shot down, and then it comically starts up again. Like, don't worry, Airwolf's fine. We got another one. So who here has played Crossfire? I'm a big fan of this video game. It's stupid. This is probably the best of the Airwolf games they made, but it's still kind of mediocre, but still kind of interesting. It's got more to these shooter segments. It's eventually you go on foot. Sometimes you strafe the ground beforehand with a giant Airwolf that's just mowing down entire armies of dudes. That's pretty cool. But if you play the US version, it doesn't have the license or the Airwolf theme song, so be aware of that before you buy Crossfire. So is this the best Airwolf game?
I think so.
The Famicom game was kind of bad. The NES game was kind of bad. The arcade game felt like you were on ice. Here's that part I was talking about. Look at this.
Oh my god.
This shit's pretty cool, actually. What's neat about this is eventually you have to traverse this stage on foot, so you're clearing a path for yourself by destroying stuff ahead of time. That's kind of neat, actually. Alright, that's Airwolf. Now I'm Air Guy.
Hey, you're the airman.
I'm low-key obsessed with this game. I'm sorry. Just something about the fact that Hugo, half of their catalog consists of Airwolf ports and remakes and retries using the same franchise. I'm obsessed to the point that when a prototype version of Crossfire came out, I bought it and dumped it. So you can check that out for Genesis if you want.
Thank you.
There's a copy on dreamandfriends.com, my old blog. As it turns out, it didn't have any Airwolf material in it, but the game was incomplete. The data for the last few missions isn't in the cartridge. So that leads me to believe that Crossfire actually came first before Super Airwolf.
They're like, listen, we can do this. We can make this Airwolf.
Just of all the things to become hyper-fixated on, why Airwolf? Why did this company... Oh yeah, look at that. You push this button and you jump up in midair and you shoot down at dudes. You see? You're starting to be an Airwolf fan now? I am, and I've never seen the show. Anyway, this for real is the last Airwolf game we're going to show off on stream today.
Is it?
Unless people invent some new ones by the time we stop streaming, which could happen. Pack in video, Hugo, get on it. Now here's a show you may have actually seen, if you were a child of a certain age in the 90s.
I was a child of a certain age.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was. You?
I was.
Oh, man, okay.
Man, we have a lot in common. If you were a child of an age in the 90s, you may have watched VR Troopers.
That show with a talking dog.
Very much in the vein of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, except not. The show ended in 96. This game came out in 95. So it qualifies for our little showcase here, I think. These are some Blomby jams right here. Yeah, we are VR. Troopers 3, virtual reality.
Wow, look at... Oh my god, his beard.
That pixel art's pretty good. Conky Dong, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
Yeah, imagine if people made nothing but Blues Brothers games over the last 50 years or however long Titus made those.
I know, the game's hypnotizing me, baby.
I really enjoyed that Bill Bull showcase the other day. People gotta play more Blues Brothers games. To its credit, this game tried really hard to make VR Troopers look cool, and it kind of succeeds. Got you now, VR Troopers.
Oh, I remember Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad, don't worry.
Oh yeah. And Masked Rider. Everyone wanted a piece of that Power Rangers money. Let's play a little bit of VR Troopers.
Ooh, I do this.
Oh yeah, their Zordon equivalent was this weird guy. He was in the cyber world.
You'll never crack Tankatron's hard shell. Give up now, Trooper.
He didn't sound like that.
Yes, I did. Don't you remember? Is this a fighting game?
It sure is. Do you like fighting games?
Fighting games in the 90s, they had issues.
Yeah, especially first-party Sega of America made fighting games.
They used footage from several different 80s Japanese shows and for VR Troopers. I didn't know that. I actually never watched. I watched some of VR Troopers, but I don't have any memory of VR Troopers.
Yeah, it was kind of a mishmash.
Except for the dog.
They focused more on the American production side of it, where they added weird things like their talking dog, who sounded like Jack Nicholson. I don't know what that was all about, but it was memorable. If you want to make a show memorable, put in a talking dog. When's RetroPals getting a talking dog?
Bark, Danny, I'm right here.
Maybe that'll be our the season before we get canceled, like a Great Gazoo edition.
I'm Gazoo Dog. Diddledy bark, I'm here to bark. I ain't good at this. I haven't come out in a while.
God, a Great Gazoo who's a dog. That would be known as viewer poison. Hey, this game's hard as hell, actually.
Wasn't the Great Gazoo in Viva Rock Vegas?
Yeah. He was the one who set the whole story into motion, explaining why the game wasn't actual bowling. I don't know how to play this, but I seem to be doing okay. There are moves in this. There's a level of quality and polish that suggests this has at least a large cartridge size for all these graphics. And the gameplay's okay. So if you remember VR Troopers, maybe check out the Genesis game. And if you're trying to reboot VR Troopers, make sure to include the dog.
Please, God, include the dog.
You have to include.
There he is! That guy needs some work in the manners department.
Oh, got his ass. Good dog face. Battle grid mode? Whoa. Oh, these guys. They're the equivalent of the Putty Patrol.
Oh, yeah.
And the main the gimmick for these guys is you have to put two of them together, and if two of them collide, they disappear.
Cool.
I sound like a little kid trying to describe their favorite show. Yeah, you knock them together, Skugs, that's what they're called, and the Skugs disappear. Well, if you want to face off against Decimator's Power Slice, you're gonna have to play this yourself.
Decimator will stomp you to bits, Trooper. You are doomed.
We got one last game to play. This is a game that was released on Super Nintendo, but the Mega Drive version was unfortunately unreleased. But we are going to show off the Mega Drive version for reasons that should be apparent in a little bit. This will be under Prototypes. Folks, there was almost a Mega Drive game based on Time Trax. And before I forget, I have to switch this to PAL mode so the music is proper speed. Ultimate hot jams in this game. This game was fully complete and ready to ship. And the show ended up being a flop. It would have shipped in '94, and the show ended in '94.
No idea that Time Trax is based on information. God, it's such a good sound.
Let the soundtrack seep in for a little bit. This is a Tim Fallon original. His first and, as far as I know, only soundtrack for the Sega Mega Drive. His first ever attempt at it knocks it out of the park with one of the best video game soundtracks of all time. And the Super Nintendo version uses an entirely different soundtrack that sucks ass. It's like IQ is 204. He can read 2 pages a second. He's a competent athlete.
3 minutes for a mile run. 120
They're really talking this guy up. Tim had to know, right? Based on this show that would only last a few months on a system that was quickly being outmoded in favor of the PlayStation. You're just like, fuck it. Swing for the fences. Best soundtrack of my entire career. Arguably.
Time stalling, huh?
Let's play this video game. I'm gonna make an argument for this game. This game is actually not that bad. It looks bad. This looks like one of those shitty generic platformers that suck, but if you actually put some time into it, it's okay. Oh, this song's a jam too. I'm Selma. He's very unstable and unpredictable and must be returned to 2193. So I guess this is a time travel based show, huh? I never watched Time Trax. The show I watched in the 90s was a show called Sliders.
I loved Sliders.
They never made a Sliders video game. If they made that, I would have been all over that. Look at this. Listen to this slimy, grimy ass soundtrack to this stage. Damn, it's so good.
This is so sick.
Here are games or shows that deserve better. This is a soundtrack that deserved better. Apparently the show was mostly about a man who kicks barrels to death.
You know, that might be why I didn't see it. I was pretty pro-barrel in the 90s, and I don't think I would have appreciated seeing all the
Yeah, you
barrels
freaking bleeding heart barrel lovers. Oh, you don't want to see barrels get hurt. Well, how am I going to make a television show if not for that? Trying to stifle my creativity.
Sorry.
Let's see if I can actually beat a level of this. It's a neat game. I meant to put more time into it than I actually have. This exists probably in the same brain space for people as stuff like Time Cop for Super Nintendo, which is really unfair to this game, because it's way better than you might think it is. Or that could just be the soundtrack talking.
I think that might be the soundtrack.
Burger. Who's shooting at me? Who stops that? Hey, you cut that out.
I just
Look at
thought
that
it would be
spider.
a fun
Whoa, it
fight.
jumps out into the foreground. Shit's crazy. Ow. I've died. I want to see that spider again. Where's that little guy?
There he is.
There he is. Look at that.
Hey, I'm here again.
Incredible detail. Yeah.
Very sick.
The thing about TV show adaptations in the years after this game was made is you couldn't just have the star of the show collecting stars. For some reason, they asked for more stuff that was related to the actual show or the people in it.
Please, thank you so much for the raid.
Hey, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're finishing up here with Time Trax for Sega Genesis, a game that no one remembers because it was unreleased. But it's got a good soundtrack, and that's all that matters. Ow! He kicked me. I'll get him this time. Come here, you. Mash him down. Mash him down. Yeah! Exploded his ass. Do this.
Nice. You
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
Hey, you did it. You beat it.
Whew. And that's Time Trax, and that's our look at games based on canceled TV shows. A lot of good stuff, a lot of Airwolf, a lot of Knight Rider. Those were the two series that people really wanted to make good video games based on, and you would think that either of those shows would lend themselves to good video games. Action shows about cool vehicles that explode things. And instead, they were made by Pack-In Video and Qgo. And for as many times as Qgo tried, they just couldn't make it work. I appreciate their dedication to it. Like, there should be more developers dedicated to just making games based on one show. Like, if there was a developer dedicated to just making the ultimate fucking... What's a, 90s action show?
Hat Squad.
If people were dedicated to making the ultimate Hat Squad game, can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
God. Multiplayer? Every character has their own capabilities. They gain powers when they collect hats. It writes itself. Consider it, won't you?
I will.
On Wednesday, we covered games based on canceled TV shows. And I promised that we were going to cover games based on canceled cartoons on Friday. And so the chickens have come home to roost. The cartoon chickens. They're now roosting on our roof. They're demanding a stream. And we're going to do it tonight. Streams with video games.
Streams with video games, folks.
So just like on Wednesday, I'm going to start off with some ineligible series. Ineligible series. There you go. That's how you say that.
It is.
There's a few things that you may expect to see on tonight's stream that you won't see. And here are those things. Number one is Disney stuff. Such as this cartoon here, Darkwing Duck.
Danny.
What?
Thank you, October, for the 100 bits. I did hear about the UK Universal Park. I'm hoping that adults get to go there, too.
Now, the Disney afternoon block of programming may qualify for some of these, the stream, technically, because those shows were only on for a year or two, but they were on reruns on the Disney Channel for years and years afterwards. They maintained their popularity. They were still in the public eye, so I'm not going to cover them tonight. Also, you know all about those games. They're Capcom games. You don't need me to tell you about them.
You know Capcom.
Also exempt from tonight's stream, Hanna-Barbera. Sorry, Speed Buggy fans.
Okay, why is the guy driving Speed Buggy going through it?
They're all kind of going through it. No one's really happy to be there except for Speed Buggy. He's got a really determined look on his face. Again, these shows were all in constant syndication, even though they ended in the 60s. So people were constantly seeing them, either on Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon or whatnot. It made sense to still make games about them because people still remembered them. Also exempt from tonight's stream, the Looney Tunes. Mm-hmm. You know the Looney Tunes, they were all over Nickelodeon. Every single day you could see Bugs Bunny. You could see one of the horrible 50s or 60s cartoons and be like, oh, maybe I'll go play outside.
Said Cool Cat's here, time to get some sun.
Oh, jeez, freaking Cool Cat. I really like this short, by the way, with the monster.
It's really good.
It's a really good one. Also exempt, you might expect to see tonight, Rocky and Bullwinkle. Nope, they were on Nickelodeon constantly, even though the show ended in the 50s. People still knew Rocky and Bullwinkle. They were going through like a renaissance in the 90s, resulting in a beautifully animated CG animated movie featuring our friend Jason Alexander here. And also Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry exempt for the same reasons as the last few, constantly in rotation and syndication. TBS, Nickelodeon, you name it, everyone was constantly showing Tom and Jerry. So of course there'd be some video games based on Tom and Jerry too. So with all that said, let's see some games based on cartoons that met an early demise, let's say. Some games where they secured the license, thinking this would go on for years and years and years, and instead it barely lasted a season. Again, to emphasize, our metrics from Wednesday are these games... Loud noise all of a sudden. Vega baby, thank you for the raid.
Thank you, Vega.
Was there a noise that came through? It looked like the desktop audio spiked there.
Oh, that was the raid noise, I think.
We have a raid noise? Oh,
yeah,
man.
I thought so.
All kinds of surprises happening tonight.
A donation alert came up, and I didn't even see the donation. Oh
nice.
My God.
Thank you.
Thank you
To whoever donated to us. We completely missed it because we are all out of sorts, but
we do appreciate it though. Thank you.
These are shows that went off the air within shows that went off the air within a year of the game releasing. So let's start off with some arcade games tonight.
Okay.
Let's play a true classic. This is a real game based on a canceled cartoon. This has the ultimate energy of that. Yeah, it's a real off the ear project. Let's play Cadillacs and Dinosaurs.
Okay.
Now, why would the donation noise be tied to the raids? That's completely different from what we have set up here. Are there gremlins in our walls?
There are gremlins.
Gremlins, you get out of here. I've covered you in a good light on stream before. I thought we had a working relationship. Jeez. So this game here, Capcom Beat 'em Up, you may have heard of. This is based on Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, the comic, and also the cartoon.
Okay.
The cartoon went off the air the year after this came out, so it didn't have much time to be relevant. And it's tied to a license that's really hard to get, apparently, so Capcom has never re-released this, as far as I know.
Why is Cadillacs and Dinosaurs such a hard license to get?
I don't know. Just something about it. Cartman, thank you for the 100
Thank you
bits.
for the bits.
There is also, of course, the Sega CD game, which under no circumstances should you play ever, no matter what. Great. Push tab. Give me an input settings. That. Push enter for me. Push enter for me. Final uppercut. Okay. Push enter for me here. Christ almighty. Okay, now push enter there. Again, why would this ever happen? Push end. Push delete if you would. Alright, push escape a couple of times. One more. Now push F3. Alex is getting a crash course in how MAME works.
I'm learning MAME as we go.
Yeah, you like that Go. That's in a lot of songs from back then. A lot of DDR songs. Alright, here we go. Mustafa has flying kicks, so we're picking Mustafa.
Okay. Hey, there's a lot of dinosaurs here.
So our cable issues broke MAME. They broke our alerts? They broke our electricity? As I think about how this stream is gonna unfold, if it unfolds at all, I got a lot of troubleshooting to work through out of the stream. Anyway, the point of that all is, this game kicks ass. It pretty much just iterates on what Capcom already did in their previous license beat 'em up, The Punisher. But man, that's good. It's just so much fun to play. You got so much range of movement with your dashes, and with Mustafa's flying kicks in particular.
Very sick flying kicks.
He can just kick through a bunch of dudes. You just pick up a gun and gun everyone down if you want.
It happens.
This is a pretty violent video game.
I was gonna say, you're killing the shit out of people.
What if the cartoon was like this?
Okay, Chad mentions the reason the license is so crazy is because of Cadillacs.
Oh,
General
yeah.
Motors being like, you can't use Cadillac.
That's right. They were specifically Cadillacs and not just some unlicensed vehicle. Why did they do that?
Why couldn't they just make it cool cars and dinosaurs? Then they wouldn't have to worry.
Free steak.
Just like, what if it was
What if
Ford
it was...
Pintos and dinosaurs?
Oh my god, my mind went to Ford Pinto
You too? Because it would be like you would have a natural defense. You could blow up the dinosaurs. Oh no! Free them! Free that baby!
You get away from that dino.
What? He beat up the dinosaur!
We'll beat some sense into our dinosaur friend and then he'll be on our side. That's how that works. Get off me! God, this game is so much fun to play. Unfortunately, it's a whole lot more difficult than the Punisher was. This game is a very difficult 1cc if you ever try it. The last few levels are nuts. But it's so much fun. The beat-em-up mechanics just feel really satisfying, especially with the ability to run and attack. That gives you a lot of crowd control options. I just can't get enough of this guy's flying kicks, most of all.
And beyond, thank you so much for the 93-month resub. This game has my favorite continuous screen. Also, hello.
Oh, it's a really good one. I gotta show that off. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. That's so many months. Okay. Anything else broken before we move on?
Well, earlier I gave a shout out to the wrong person again, so that was cool.
Does that keep happening?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
The gremlins in your hands?
I
And the
think
wires?
So.
And our microphone? Gremlins everywhere. Sharpman, thank you for the 50 bits.
Thank you.
Oh no, our unlicensed car. They should just reskin it with an unlicensed car. They've done that before with Sega releasing the original Outrun. They make it not a Ferrari. I'm a bad Mamba Jamba. I could go for a Mamba Jamba Juice.
I gotta take you to Jamba Juice.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, this game's amazing. You should absolutely play it. There's my Cadillac. And it's gone. Oh, wait, you you cut off the screen so people couldn't even see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, all right, next game. Konami had a bit of this. They had a little bit of a habit with licensing stuff that very quickly went out of style, even though they put all their top programmers and developers on it, such is the case with arcade Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Boy, this stream's cursed. Maybe you shouldn't watch this stream. Maybe you'll get a powerful mummy's curse.
Well, I have to go for a second. Maybe that'll fix things.
Okay. Maybe if Alex just leaves. Watch out for my water. Ow!
Well, I'm looking at it.
In another world, just like ours, there were mesas. And there were cows. And then, something wonderful happened. They became the Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa. I remember this show. I remember this show actually being on. It was a bunch of mutated cowmen, cows that became men who had guns. And that's all the premise you need for a Konami game circa 1992.
Let's rodeo.
Oh my god, I forgot to... God, this is so good. This is so fucking tragic, this stream. Why did MAME fully remap itself wrong? As a joke.
Or the Cowboys.
Oh my god, Alex, I'm thinking of fully restarting this stream.
What the Cowboys do?
They're doing this thing again. Well, at least I can bring my friend with me, even if he doesn't fire. That's fine. Oh wait, he fires when I push jump, because that makes sense. Cool.
Oh my god, damn it. I thought that if
We'll make this work.
I thought that if I left, it would fix things, like I was the problem.
You made more problems.
How did I do that?
This is awesome.
Well, if you need to blame anyone, just blame me. It's fine.
Okay, everybody blame Alex.
Just get mad at me.
At least we can progress. Anyway, you may have seen so far, this is quite a bit like Sunset Riders. It has its own sort of gimmicks and stuff that makes it a little bit different from Sunset Riders. If you're looking for a Sunset Riders 2, they made a ninja-themed game called Mystic Warriors that you should check out.
Oh, okay. I'm being damned.
This game, you get a life meter. It limits the number of shots you can have on screen at once, which feels kind of strange. I haven't played much of this. It feels like its own beast, its own cow compared to Sunset Riders.
I'm gonna barbecue your ribs.
Oh no, don't barbecue my ribs. It has this mechanic where you can push both buttons to charge forward, which is kind of neat. Yeah, you distract him. I had this set up so that Alex could play alongside me, but instead I had to hastily repurpose a USB port in order to handle our microphone, which I hear is a pretty important part of streaming, so Alex had to go.
Yeah, sorry.
You don't get to play games tonight.
That's okay. You know, sometimes you just don't. You gotta look at games and be like, okay.
Let this be a lesson to anyone who's thinking about streaming.
Don't.
Don't.
Never stream. The RetroPal's guarantee.
Never do it. You'll never fuck up if you never stream. Just look at it that way.
You know how they're like, oh, reach for the stars. Reach for the moon, because if you miss, you'll land among stars. I say don't reach for the moon, because if you reach for the moon and you miss, you're dead in space.
Yeah,
you're with
exactly.
the stars, because you're dead. You're fucking dead. So don't try anything. Don't do anything. Just play video games all day.
You take the moon and you take the sun, exactly. So true, bestie. Let's rodeo. That was their catchphrase. Did you ever see the Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa?
It seems like a show I would have liked, but for some reason, you're gonna hear me say it once again, my catchphrase. I thought it was a little up its own ass.
Wow, the Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa up their own
I
ass.
thought they were a little too self-serious, which is why I missed SWAT Cats. But genuinely good. So
All right, let's move on to our third and final arcade game of the evening. Maybe we should just cut this segment out. This may be exclusive to Twitch. We're going to start up and be like, wow, NES games based on cartoons. Nothing's going to go bad at this point. All right, our third and final arcade game of the evening is another Konami joint from back then. They bet big on this property. They thought this was going to be the second coming of the freaking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they were freaking wrong.
they were so wrong, and it wasn't just them. A lot of people went all in on this character.
It's Bucky O'Hare.
Chad, do you remember Bucky O'Hare? Do you remember how much Bucky O'Hare failed and how it took out
It
other
failed
TV shows?
hardcore. It was on 3 entire months in 1992, just in time for them to release this game about a property that no one would remember almost instantly.
Bucky O'Hare was like,
RPG Matty, thank you for the 100 bits.
oh, thank you.
Yeah, Fridays are fucked up again because the Retro Pals are
Yeah.
back. If you're just
Okay.
joining the stream, don't worry about it. Nothing bad happened. Nothing, no technical difficulties whatsoever. Conky Dong,
Thank you.
thank you for the bits.
Yeah, never try.
Now, on the surface, this really looks like it could be the next Ninja Turtles, so I understand why Konami went all in on this. They're like, oh my god, mutant weird animal people in space. Kids are gonna eat this up. Kids didn't eat it up.
They did not eat it up. And poor Stan Sakai, he was working on Space Usagi, a Usagi Ohimbo show where Usagi is in space, and it was kind of gonna come out, and then Bucky O'Hare failed, and then no one would even touch it. They're like, we can't do a rabbit in space again. You saw what happened last time. How could it fail with her?
Look at all these cool people. There's just a kid there. And Earth Boy, Willie DeWitt. Damn, they got a lot of narration in the intro there.
Yeah, Bucky O'Hare and Jazz Jackrabbit seem like they're from the same cloth.
All right, let's see how this game uniquely fucked up. This is gonna be great.
Blinky, Bucky, Duck, and they should have made him thicker. I agree. He is a kind of small guy.
How can they do such a thing? In the anniversary, we're safe from those warp-brain toads. Tension
Boy, this just screams canceled cartoon.
some toadies.
Let's croak some toadies. His ship is named the Righteous Indignation, by the way, which I think is kind of awesome. Alright, so my primary attack is mapped to a button, and the special attack of player 2 is mapped to that button as well. Can we both jump? No, but when I jump, he fires. Okay, nice. This is a little bit different from your typical Konami beat-em-up. You got a gun. This is like a run and beat. I mean, a run 'em up. One of those.
I like Run and Beat personally.
Oh, cool, my third button controls the second character's jump so we can actually progress. This show has really cool designs. It's very toyetic. You can tell that they intended to make this stuff into shit that kids could buy. But for whatever reason, it just didn't get the ratings it needed to when it was on. I remember it being on, too. This was like a 6 in the morning show
Yeah,
when it first aired. I would see this before school and be like, ugh, I don't want to go to school. I want to stay home and watch Bucky O'Hare.
You were just like, I need to see Bucky O'Hare. I need to see that one weird dub of Dragon Ball. At 6 a.m. I gotta see it.
This, and there was also a Konami beat 'em up called Asterix, based on the Dutch comic book that came out around this time. They share a lot of overlap in this visual style and what they were attempting to do with the beat 'em up gameplay. It's something a little bit different, something kind of nice. This game's not like an all-time classic or anything, but it's pretty neat and memorable and does its own thing, so it's not like generic.
It is different. And Bucky is a very cool. Oh my god, I like Al Negator. I like
Whoa,
him a lot.
he's
Hi,
badass, he's huge.
Al, hi! Hi! You ever come to Austin now?
I think he lives down the street. In the gay furry animal district.
I was gonna say. Why the hell? I was gonna say we couldn't afford the gay furry animal district. We just lived right adjacent to it.
Yeah. Anyone play this one? I always thought it was kind of neat. I've never actually played all the way through it, but it seems like it would hold up over a playthrough. Okay, at last, I'm just Bucky. I can finally control this like a normal person.
Well, you exploded the nice man.
He's just an alligator trying to live his life.
And now he's dead. Good job.
What did you do to my people, alligator?
That's a laugh.
Wow, he got blown up.
Fixing to fry your scales, Negator.
Just shot him in the face.
Ow! The furballs were taken to the planet Punk.
Should I watch Bucky O'Hare, Chad?
It would take you like a couple hours. They only made 13 episodes.
That's true.
And that's Bucky O'Hare, and that's our cursed arcade segment that will be permanently cut and not archived forever and ever and ever again.
The end.
Hey everybody, welcome to our show based... Fuck! Hey everybody, welcome to our show featuring games based on cartoons that were canceled before their time. These are games that came out when they thought these cartoons would last years and years and years, and instead they bit the big one, like right off the bat. We haven't had any stream before this. Certainly nothing cursed occurred. We're going to start off with some NES games.
Yeah.
You love NES games, right? Can I have a capture window for me?
Absolutely. Let me bring that up for you. There you go.
Nice, nice. Now, the NES was just rife with this sort of thing. People rushing to gobble up the licenses after Ninja Turtles became a big thing. And right there at the forefront was Konami itself, hoping to always find the next Ninja Turtles. They didn't find it in Zen the Intergalactic Ninja, which was based on an indie comic, so we're not going to cover it today. And they almost found it in something that is quite a bit similar to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's this thing you may not have ever heard of called Bucky O'Hare. Yeah. Now, Konami also had an arcade game based on Bucky O'Hare out at this time. I never saw it. Maybe no one did.
I don't think it exists.
Turn it down for us a little.
Of course.
Now, the arcade game is like a beat-em-up mixed with a run and gun, or run and beat, as they called it. While this NES game may be something you more expect from Konami. The Toads kidnapped Bucky's crew. Anyone proofread this shit?
No. If they're just fucking up a normal amount.
I can't believe there would be a fuck-up in an 8-bit video game. I should play the arcade game? We got a lot of games to cover tonight. I don't think we have time for that one. It's good, though. You should check it out.
Air Marshal looks cool.
Everyone looks cool in this. Well, I bet whoever got that license was just salivating, being like, oh man, I'm gonna get a big old Christmas turkey bonus this year from Papa Konami. He's gonna tell me I did but good licensing the weird space rabbit. Now check this game out.
Oh, he's so cute! Look at him!
Now this right here, this is a Konami platformer. Bucky O'Hare, being a rabbit, can charge up his jump, as rabbits do. You got a shot, you can jump real high, and eventually as you rescue your comrades, you can turn into them, and they have their own special abilities and things. Now what separates this from other companies making just fly-by-night video games based on cartoons no one would remember the second they saw them is that Konami put their A-team on this, and it's really obvious too. People who would later form the company Treasure worked on this. And I can only imagine their disappointment at putting all their hopes and dreams and their best work into this game that no one played.
Yeah, Jazz Jackrabbit took just a little bit of influence from this game.
Is that it? Is that why Bucky O'Hare didn't succeed? Jazz Jackrabbit stole his thunder?
Jazz Jackrabbit really stole his style. It just totally, like, art thefted him.
One thing I like about this game is it cuts a really quick pace. Like, you just go a million miles per hour in this game, and even though it pays to go slow because there's a lot of really dense challenges in these level layouts, you can play it really fast if you get used to it, and it feels really good too. It's got that Konami soundtrack with the sampled drums. It's got a lot of really good parallax effects later on. I cannot recommend this game enough. Unfortunately, since the cartoon went off the air after 3 months, This game only got one print run on the NES, and this was in 1992.
Oh, God.
So that's not very many copies of this exist. To the point where cart only, this game now runs you about $100. Which is a shame, because, you know, so many games for NES are just based on these cartoons no one has ever heard of, but they're also like $5. And it's a shame that the same can't be said of this. This should be a common game that
This
everyone
should
can
be
play.
like Widget price, you know?
Yeah, Widget. Oh my god.
There's another.
We'll get there. We have to talk about Widget. We have to. We would be derelict in our duties if we didn't. Look at this parallax.
It's sick.
I think the way Konami handled these big sprites is that they're not sprites, they're just part of the background or something.
Oh, that would make sense.
So that makes it easier to parallax like this. It's every bit as good as the other games Konami was making around this time for the Famicom and whatnot. Like, we may not have gotten... Jesus Christ! We may not have gotten games like Yume Penguin Monogatari, but we did get this. And there's something to be said for that. Wow, just instant killed.
I'm sorry.
Gunstar Heroes is a Bucky O'Hare-like? Kinda, yeah, actually. I see what to do with this guy now. Another funny thing about this game is that it was very popular on pirate carts back then. Like, as you might imagine, this game not being available much in cart form, pirates, of course, picked up the ball and decided to pirate it. However, this game has copy protection in it, where if it detects a pirated copy, you die in one hit.
Oh, wow, okay.
So a lot of poor Russian kids with their dindies had to like get really good at video games by playing this fucked up version of Bucky O'Hare where you die in one hit. This game's awesome. Definitely play Bucky O'Hare. Thanks, Captain. I've rescued a toad weapon. That's what he sounds like on the show.
Oh, smash walls of ice and stone.
So this sets our baseline of expectations. Like, these shows may have lasted for a couple of months, or just not even barely aired at all, but that doesn't mean that they can't make a memorable and good video game. That's not always the case, though. Let's go to our next game to further establish expectations. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Now this is what you expect from some fuck-ass cartoon that became an NES game. And this is based on a cartoon.
Fuck-ass cartoon, huh, Dan?
While this was a movie, there was an animated series airing around this time. And this is what that game's based on.
This was from the era where there was the Rambo series and the Police Academy series and, of course, the
Oh yeah.
Little Shop of Horrors series. So
Yeah.
everyone was getting serious.
Now, the show aired in 91, and this game came out in 91. So, I assume maybe it had a month or so on shelves while it was remotely relevant. But as for anyone wanting to actually buy it, maybe not, especially if they knew it was developed by Imagineering. From Glen Rock, New Jersey, the premier developers of tomato-based video games. I can't have tomato-based video games, they give me heartburn.
I was gonna say, that's just, a little bad.
Now, to their credit, this opening scene looks really cool. Like, your character is lit under the spotlights and in darkness otherwise. This is actually quite striking for something Imagineering would make. But just you wait. The Imagineering kicks in very, very soon. Do I have to kill these? I guess I have to stomp on the tomatoes. Come here, big boy. You think this was a character in the show?
The Big Tomato? Absolutely.
Was his name Big Boy?
It had to have been Big Boy, right? Big Boy Tomato?
Alright, enough of that artsy shit. We're in the sewer.
Oh my god, it put you in the sewer so fast.
This is a sewer maze, and as far as I know, the entire rest of the game takes place in here. This is also like a 10-minute video game, so if you really want to learn it, you can. This is popular among speedrunners because it doesn't take too much effort to learn. And also, gotta admit, not the worst Imagineering game. It controls fine. It doesn't have that dumb boing sound effect when you jump, so that puts it above a lot of them. But still, a good Imagineering game isn't necessarily worth playing. So beware to you if you thought you were going to play a good game based on Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Your day has yet to come. Next up, good news for all you fans of Fox's Peter Pan and the Pirates.
Oh man, all 5 of you. THQ's got you covered.
Someone got the bright idea, Fox I guess, to turn this into an animated series. It's based on the original Peter and Wendy novels, but of course they were hoping for a bit of that Disney Peter Pan money. The movie kept entering and re-entering cinemas as they re-released it, and I assume it was re-released around this time. This is by Equilibrium, another word I can't pronounce. The people who brought you The Flash for Game Boy. So often these people would be forced to toil in the licensed game mines. Otherwise talented, hopeful, up-and-coming developers just having their spirits crushed instantly by shit like Fox's Peter Pan and the Pirates.
Hooray! I'm Peter Pan! Yeehaw!
It's a duel to the death for Neverland.
You'll never believe why I didn't watch this series.
Why not?
I thought it was up its own ass. Much like Pirates of Dark Water, which I need to give a second chance.
Is there any show that's not up its own ass?
Yeah,
Fox's Peter Pan and the Pirates could have stood to be more humble.
Freakazoid wasn't up, well, it was up.
It was way up its own ass, are you kidding me?
I was just a shitty child, okay? I just thought that all these cartoons that tried to be better, they were beneath me. And I wanted cartoons that would make references like the Animaniacs.
Okay, occasionally when you jump on this thing, it breaks the game and puts you at the end of the level. Let's see if we get lucky.
What?
Oh, it stopped me at the top of the screen. Occasionally it'll just throw you right to the end of the level. I have no idea what determines that. There's probably a speedrun strat, but it's not intentional. Anyway, I want you to look at this and imagine Bucky O'Hare for NES at the same time. Both games available for the NES around the same time. Both games you could pay $40 for at your local KB. Which one would you buy?
Probably because I'm a furry Bucky O'Hare.
Did I die?
Yeah.
Oh, alright. I get a chance to retry the spring mushroom at least. Alright, everybody place your bets on whether this thing will actually throw me to the end of the level. Ow! The pterodactyl killed me!
It bit you!
It bit the shit out of Peter Pan!
The theme song kicked ass. You're right, room temperature.
See, I can compose music.
Alright, Dan.
Alright, here we go. Go! Oh, he did it again.
Stopped you, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Gotta figure out what the deal is with that. Whoever discovers how to pull that off intentionally first will be the speedrun world record holder. Why am I still playing this?
Because you love Peter Pan and the Pirates from Fox.
Neverland is mine! I think it's time to change the rules. I think it's time to change the game. Now let's throw you a little bit of a curveball for our next one. Let's go over to Japan with a show that had recently wrapped up by the time this game was released, so it didn't get much attention. But boy, it really should have. Kato Ninden Teande, otherwise known as Samurai Pizza Cats.
Oh, hey!
This is made by Tecmo, of all people, who weren't really into the whole making games based on licensed properties thing. Well, except for, say, Captain Tsubasa. I guess that proves me wrong instantly, but forget that. In terms of platformers, they usually stuck to stuff like, Ninja Gaiden. But I think they just saw something special in these Samurai Pizza Cats. Yeah, another certified Dendy classic. Dendy kids probably like this one better, because this game, the worst thing about it is that it's kind of easy. You can beat it without much effort.
Really?
At least from what I remember. Look at that duck guy. Apparently this was a boring show in Japan, so they just went off script and decided to make this crazy localization. Yeah.
I mean, the show's a little crazy. They do get shot in the air with a gun.
Alright, who are we? Are we Yataro? Are we Skashi? Are we Burudun? I want to be Burudun. She just scritches.
I do that. That's what Tessa does.
Yeah. She loves to scratch the crap out of you.
She does.
You can turn to the other cats anytime you want. They all have their different abilities. They can do different things depending on what the level calls for.
Yeah, they also didn't have it, from what I understand, they didn't have a good translations of the scripts, which is kind of why they went off on their own.
This game's fun. I haven't played it in a really long time. But this was a big deal on ROM sites back in the day. Like, you see this? This is... No, it's not bad. It's not Fox's Peter Pan and the Pirates. This is actually good and worth playing. And other people would be like, ah, yes, I played this on me Dindy. I gave Dindy owners a British accent for some reason. Anyway, I'm not going to figure out how to get past this. We got more games to play. But definitely check out Kato Ninden Teonde for Famicom, aka Samurai Pizza Cats.
I liked this show a lot. Was it up its own ass? No, not to me.
That's the most important thing. So we saw a Japan-only property get a video game adaptation. Why don't we head on over to the British Isles, the old UK, the old PAL territory, who had an exclusive game based on, I shit you not, The Legend of Prince Valiant.
Huh.
This is based on an animated series. This is also a comic strip, but an animated series was running around the same time they made this. The animated series ended in 93. This game came out in 92. And I don't think it really mattered, because people would see this and be like, what the fuck? Prince Valiant was animated? Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately it's by Ocean, so we know what to expect. Yeah, this was the comic and the funny pages I always skipped past.
Yeah, because it was like mucho texto.
Yeah, it was just like, oh, I'm Prince Valiant. I'm going to hunt down the evil Night Mushroom Man.
And Mushroom Man's like, woohoo, I'm Mushroom Man!
I'll get to him 5 strips from now if you're still reading. Yeah, where's our Mary Worth game? Where's our Crankshaft game?
Didn't Crankshaft get depressing?
Well, he was a bus driver who was drunk, I guess. Was he drunk?
No! I don't think Crankshaft drank.
I should read more Crankshaft. I'd play a Kathy game, too.
Same.
They should just have a single sound sample in that game that just says, ack!
Yeah, didn't Crankshaft have someone die of cancer and it turned into a whole thing?
Oh. Alright. Cool. Don't do that. Jump here. Alright. Nice. Seraphis Kane, thank you for the 50 bits.
I did not know that.
It had a banger of a theme song? I didn't know that. And yeah, Sherlock Fox. Would have gone hard. Thank you for the bits.
Oh, we've played. No, I think Remnant's seen our Doonesbury game play before.
Alex is the Doonesbury master.
I if you didn't see it, well, I gotta put it on YouTube now. But I played a bunch of
shot an
Doonesbury
arrow in my
stuff
head.
back in the day.
Believe it or not,
Back
there's
in the day, yesterday.
a lot of PC games based on Doonesbury of all things. Fuck. I'd take this over Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, but I gotta say, y'all in PAL territory, you don't got much to be proud of with this one. It's no Terranigma. Also note, if you like this and plan to import, this has timing problems on NTSC NESs. So make sure you have a PAL NES, manufactured by Mattel. Make sure you have a PAL TV. And make sure you have one of those converters for the electricity. And then you'll be ready to play Prince Valiant for NES. I'm kind of nice at Prince Valiant. You notice?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're doing real sick.
This game has a few tricks, and that's all. Once you know those are there, you got no problem. But also, it's a Prince Valiant game, so why are we still playing this?
Yeah, when is he gonna become King Valiant? Thanks for the bits, Cartman.
Thank you for the bits. Now here's a real honey of a license, switching back to US territory. This is a license that can't fail, based on a movie series that kids couldn't watch unless they had really cool parents or really, like, neglectful parents.
Mm-hmm.
It's Toxic Crusaders. There should be an Andy Cap cartoon. I think there was.
There was a
Andy
live action series.
There was an Andy Cap OVA.
There was an animated something.
Bandai and Tosei, the ultimate team, some would call them, made a whole bunch of US exclusive stuff for NES, including Frankenstein and this.
I'll think of the 100 bits Prince Horde pin.
Alex, what can you tell me about Trauma? I have no idea.
They are a studio and a production company that makes B-movies that kind of rule. You may know them for, of course, the Toxic Avengers. Surf Nazis Must Die.
Oh yeah, that was them.
They also did Frankenhooker, which is an amazing movie.
Oh, I've heard that's amazing.
You gotta see. Okay, I actually got to see that like in a theater in Austin. Except I said theater, it was a bar, but it was really. I was like, this is great. That was also where I had a drink so strong that I was like, I'm not drinking. So I was like, you know what? I would be enjoying Frankenhooker more if I didn't have that drink.
Hey Rachel, welcome to
Hey,
Normal
welcome,
Stream,
Rachel.
where we're playing nothing but normal games that are proceeding normally. And Cartman, thank you for the bits. Fresh from New Jersey. They're from
Yeah.
New Jersey and they didn't have Imagineering make their video game?
Because they were smart.
Where's the New Jersey pride? Now this isn't the only Toxic Crusaders game. There was also a Genesis game and a Game Boy game. They really thought there was going to be something with this one. But the series ended almost instantly, leaving this game to come out the same year it ended, I believe. This is sort of a simplified beat-em-up, where you don't really have combos as such, and one of your attack buttons is mapped to select for some reason. What were they thinking? I guess I've seen worse-looking Bandai games, and worse-playing Bandai games. It's still not necessarily something I'd want to seek out on my own, though. As far as I know, this is a very common video game, so you're gonna pay a few bucks for this, and then several hundred for your complete in box Bucky O'Hare.
Completely forgot that Trauma did Sergeant Kabuki Man.
Oh yeah. This game's better than I remember, actually. It's... Then again, my standards are kind of low after Fox's Peter Pan and the Pirates. Take that for what you will.
And I mean, The Legend of Prince Valiant.
Yeah, true.
How boring must that cartoon be?
I wonder, can they match the boringness of the comic strip? I gotta watch at least one episode. So it's a lot of this. There's not much variation. You can get through this game pretty quick if you just use the passwords. It's fine. It's okay. And that means it's one of the best games we've seen so far. Also among the best games we've seen so far is not our next game, Widget.
Oh, what's wrong with Widget? Widget the World Watcher. It's by Atlas.
Widget the World Watcher. 2 games were released in 1992, one for NES and one for Super Nintendo. The show ended almost as soon as it started in 1991, so this came out a year late, and by this point nobody would know or care about Widget. You're a mega slank!
Hey!
That sounds like something I get in trouble for calling someone.
No, that's something that...
That's cool.
I was gonna say, that's something you can't type into chat without Twitch saying, now most people don't say
Most people
this.
don't chat like this. Most people don't call their fellow chatters mega slanks. Widget was on your public TV channel? That's cool.
Wow.
This fits into the mold of games that are moldy. I mean, games and media that were like ostensibly ecology themed.
Yeah, he was the World Watcher who was like, oh no, planet Earth is getting some shit going on. I gotta...
Yeah, him and Captain Planet.
Captain Planet I thought was cooler, because Captain Planet was big and buff and would just beat the shit out of people.
You thought Captain Planet was cooler. God.
Then Widget, yeah!
That's that's damning with faint praise. Now this
Yeah.
guy's thing is that he can transform, I think? Yeah, let's... yeah, make me into a cannon, Widget. Hey.
You're disgusting!
Oh, he can't actually move when he's like that. Cool. Alright. Now, we did rank this a long time ago on Mascot Friday, and we were not pleased. This game is garbo. I cannot say a single good thing about this.
Great!
You're constantly thrown into pits, enemies take way too many hits, the level design is just... It feels really obstructive, like it's trying to prevent you from having fun. Meanwhile, the Super Nintendo one actually isn't bad, at least compared to this. So all you Widget fans, make sure you get your fix on the Super Nintendo. Boy, I hope nobody watched the first 20 minutes of this stream.
No one did.
Okay. It's been stricken from the record.
We did that Men in Black thing. We waved that wavy pen.
Yeah, wavy pen.
Yeah, wavy pen. We all know this.
Can I get past the first segment of Widget for NES? Let's find out. He just looks stupid. I'm just gonna say it. He looks like a fucking idiot.
He does.
Was I supposed to like this guy or want to be him? What was the deal here?
Well, he's an alien who's here to help the Earth children save the planet.
I don't give a shit.
Wow. See, I'm kind of with you. I would have given way more of a shit about Captain Planet because he at least was like, you know, buff.
Yeah?
Look at Widget. He's pathetic.
Look what you've done. You've
Cry
made him.
more.
You've made him too depressed to continue.
Thank you, sir, for this game for the 25 bits. Almost at 25 butts. Things are going great.
Thank you for the 25 butts. Nope, I can't get past this part. Yeah, for once we call someone a freak and it's not lovingly. What does that say about Widget? And now, to conclude our NES segment, how about the game least likely to succeed based on a licensed property? What if there was a game based on a cartoon series that never happened? What if it was based on a pilot that they expected to get picked up for like 20 seasons for it to be the next big thing, but that pilot aired exactly once, and yet they still made an entire video game based on it? Well, that game is a game called Defenders of Dynatron City.
You know, I've never heard of the pilot. I didn't even know it existed.
I think it was written and developed by Steve Purcell, the
Really?
the Sam and Max guy.
No.
And it was a Lucasfilm thing. They really wanted it to be a thing. But the pilot aired exactly once. No one saw it. And then there's just this NES game to forever remind us of this thing that could have been.
Kenny,
I don't know if you saw that previous screen where all the characters just had trademarks next to their name. They really expected this to be like to super catch on with kids. Look at this fucking title screen. So who are our defenders of Dynatron City? Well, we got Jet Headstrong. Choose this hero? No. We got Radium Dog.
I like Radium Dog.
Choose this hero? No.
RPG Maddie, thanks for gifting a sub to Eden Coven. Welcome to Sub Club. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the gift sub. I appreciate it.
Miss Megawatt.
And we have Miss Megawatt, the femme fatale, I assume.
Yeah, because she'll electrocute you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we get those three guys. I'll be Radium Dog.
He seems cool.
Robot Rampage.
No, Mechanical Menace.
Now, if anything, this game may have the most Defenders of Dynatron City content in any released media, because they had very little to explore in the time that the pilot had, I assume. So if you're looking for expanded media based on that pilot, this is your only choice. I did it. I beat the robots. What, huh?
You're on C Street.
Okay. I'm gonna turn the dog into the police. Oh shit, there's robots in here.
Ruff, gotta beat up the Robocop.
Enter sewers!
Sewer plant. Oh boy, value $5.
I'll give this game some credit. There's a sort of open world aspect to this where you have a bunch of different objectives around this contiguous city map. That's cool. That's really ambitious for NES. This game is also impossible to play. If you try to play it at any point, your mind will just rebel against you. It will be like, no man, can't we play something else? Can't we just... I'm losing interest. This is your brain talking. I'm losing interest. Can't we just play Bucky O'Hare? This guy's a hammerhead. Get it? So it's neat in concept, but if you try to have fun with this, you're probably not going to succeed. Still, that just sets a new record for, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Steve Purcell, a pathetic performance of a media franchise.
I like Hammerhead's fruity little outfit.
Yeah,
It's good.
they had high hopes for this,
He really did.
but in the end, that's all they had, just hopes. I wonder if anyone has ever beaten this. Meats! Oh, Matt's Meats.
Why is meats? Never mind.
I gotta clean the street so I can get some of Matt's meat.
drugs, don't forget.
Alright, here we go. Let's get that meat. Maybe if you put in the time, this game isn't so bad. Or maybe not.
Well, there's a problem in Matt's needs.
No dogs! I'll show you. Yeah, take that, Matt. What do you think of your no dog policy now? I'm gonna eat all your meat. I'm Radium Dog. No dogs allowed, but you can... Hang on. I spotted a logic inconsistency with this video game. You can't enter if you're the dog, but if you enter with a human, you can turn into the dog.
Well, that's 'cause
What
they
the?
can't stop you.
What the? I've spotted a logical fallacy, Lucasfilm. Look at me, I'm a dog in Matt's Meats. And I ate your food. What do you think of that? I ate $5 worth of meat at Matt's Meats, where they're not even supposed to let dogs in. And that's your collection of NES games based on cartoons that were very quickly canceled, each within a year of the cartoon ending. What else should we play here? What kind of time we got here? Let's see. Nope. I know what to play.
Okay, what's next?
Let's go to the Game Boy.
Okay.
Very briefly. For something you may not even know existed, because you might think this is just a port of the NES game, and based on the movie, which is much more famous, but no, it's based on the cartoon series that aired for 1 year.
It only aired for a year?
Yeah.
That shit was in reruns forever.
It really was. It really was. But mainly I just wanted to point people to the fact that there's a Game Boy game based on Beetlejuice the cartoon. Not the movie. Don't be fooled. Let's start her up. Give me a Beetlejuice. Give me a Beetlejuice. There it is. Anyone watch this cartoon? I kind of liked it.
I loved this growing up.
This was a fun one. It was on all the time, but no one really seemed to talk about it or anything. There he is. The weird cartoon Beetlejuice. His own disgusting self.
Okay, that was the thing. Beetlejuice in the show was an absolute freak.
Yeah.
The show made you trans? Yeah, I can see it.
Yo, Lydia, what's going down? Don't look at me, Beetlejuice.
Yeah, in the cartoon, Beetlejuice is less creepy to Lydia and more of like, I was gonna say like a father figure. of
He's
some
like,
sort.
he's just like a goofball friend of
Yeah.
hers. He's all about domestic hygiene. That's our Beetlejuice.
Look at him!
So the first thing you do in this game is fight a bunch of laundry for some reason. I've been bubbled. Let me out of my bubble. I'm Beetlejuice. How do you not be bubbled? No, really. No, really. Okay.
You got out of it.
You stay in your bubble forever.
He's more like a dirtbag uncle. That makes sense.
Yeah. I did just want to point out, even though this is by Rare and it's called Beetlejuice, it's not the NES game. This is in fact quite a bit better than the NES game. Not to say it's some sort of masterpiece, but it is neat. And if you ever wanted a game based on the Beetlejuice cartoon specifically, you might not have known about this one. Oh no, I hope that ghost doesn't haunt my pants. Oh god, I'm gonna be in this bubble.
Sorry, honey. You're bubbled. You might say you're in trouble.
You might say that. I wouldn't.
Oh, you don't like me quoting cut scenes from The Master of Disguise?
No.
I can't.
I remember
can't
the
quote
back-
cut scenes from The Master of Disguise.
I remember the Back to the Future cartoon. That was pretty good, I thought.
I really like the Bill and Ted cartoon.
Oh yeah, that was a thing too. I like a good pair of walking pants in video games. There's one of those in Nubby's Number Factory.
That is a game I need to play.
I want to buy you a copy.
Well,
May I?
Yes, absolutely.
Even if you don't like it, I just want to support the developer because he's got some good ideas.
Well, I have been playing more computer games, so... Look at him go.
It's the freaking Bubble Ghost. No relation. Did you know they remade Bubble Ghost?
What?
They'll remake anything.
Why don't they just remake fucking Widget, the World Watcher? or
No.
some shit?
How do you not be bubbled? Jesus Christ. The bubbling's the worst. Next game.
Sorry, this
We're moving on to our next game here. Actually, let's move on to the Super Nintendo. Let's get to the meat of the matter here. The Super Nintendo by far had the biggest variety and the biggest losers in terms of cartoons. But first, let's have a look at another slideshow featuring games that didn't make the cut for this stream. These are games that you may have expected to see tonight because you thought they were canceled early and the games came out late, but I'm here to dispel those myths. Here are the games ineligible for tonight's stream, such as this one. Now the sources are messed up. That's cool.
normal.
Everything's normal tonight. Animaniacs. This was quite timely. The Genesis and Super Nintendo games came out at just the right time. The show ended in 1998, so it had several years to go on the air while this game was on shelves. Nice job, Konami. You picked a good one. Also relevant, I really like the Mega Drive cover where they're screaming for some reason.
I would too.
The Beavis and Butthead games, Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Gear, no matter what you think of them, they were quite relevant. The original series ended in 2011, if you can believe it. Went on for quite a while, and then they kept making sequel series. A lot of good Beavis and Butthead out there. The world is a plentiful and good place sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Also relevant in the 90s, Biker Mice from Mars. The Super Nintendo game came out in 94, I think. The show ended in 96.
Okay.
So it lasted a little bit. It had a little bit of impact, more so than Bucky O'Hare at the very least. Now here's something you may not have known was a cartoon. Blazing Dragons. This had a couple of seasons, mostly in Canada. The series ended in 1998. This game coming out in 96, right in time to capitalize on Blazing Dragons mania, which completely passed me by. Then again, I wasn't paying much attention, I guess.
Fiddle-dee-dee, that dragon is me.
Next, unfortunately, Captain Planet and all of his video game adaptations were quite relevant and timely when they came out. The NES game, that horrible NES game from Gray Matter, came out in 92. Captain Planet ended in 1996. Can you believe that?
Jesus.
It had like 6 or 7 seasons. Why? Maybe it's because the power was mine.
The power was yours, Danny. And now look at how everything's gone about.
You shouldn't give me power.
Mm-mm.
Next up, we're not going to play the G.I. Joe games because they had a very popular toy series that continued to evolve over the years. G.I. Joy is what I think of. It's what I have in my brain when I think of G.I. Joe. We're all experiencing G.I. Joy right now.
G.I. Joy!
The individual series may not have lasted more than a couple of years, but when this came out for NES, A Real American Hero, the series, was still airing, still irrelevant. So nice work. Taxan? Damn, whatever happened to them? Hurricanes.
I never saw this show. I still don't believe this show is real.
I think this game just got a Super Nintendo US release as a fluke somehow, because there were so many soccer-based platformers. There was Marco's Magic Football, there was the Soccer Kid, and then there was Hurricanes, which was based on a cartoon that literally no one saw. However, this game came out in 94, and the series ended in 1997. Where was this airing? Who was watching Hurricanes? Who are the Hurricanes?
This was very popular in Latin America. It was okay.
That explains it with the soccer theming, but still, here in America, we're just like, what? This isn't a show. This isn't anything. Why'd you put this on a cartridge? Still, it was timely. Nice work, U.S. Gold, I guess. We're also not going to cover Inspector Gadget because even though the series ended in 1986, it never stopped airing. If you watched Nickelodeon back in the day, all through the 90s, they would show off Inspector Gadget, which is why they made the Super Nintendo game in 1995. Super late release. No idea what Hudson Soft was thinking. Maybe they just watched Nickelodeon every day and they were like, hey, these kids still love Inspector Gadget. And we did.
We did.
Also relevant, the real Ghostbusters, the arcade game, and the computer game adaptations. Sorry, I just locked eyes with Egon down there in the lower
Oh,
left.
the 500 Fright feature and haunted human figures to be won?
There were
See inside for details.
several seasons of real Ghostbusters. The series ended in 1991. Very, very successful for what it was and for all that matters. Also, gotta say it, Ren and Stimpy, they were hot. They were hot to trot, these two.
They were boiling, baby.
There is no less than 4 Super Nintendo games based on Ren and Stimpy that all came out when the show was still airing, when the show was still popular, and when the show was in the middle of being wrested away from the arms of John Crickfalusi. The series eventually ended in 1996, and it never had any kind of adult spin-off, ever.
Never.
That's just a rumor. Nobody's yet proven that the adult party cartoon ever existed. Don't speak to me about it. Rocco's Modern Life had one adaptation for Super Nintendo. It was based on a fucked up Amiga game where you had to control a sleepwalking grandma. Mm-hmm. Only in the Super Nintendo game, the sleepwalking grandma is Spunky. Boy, they let him get away with a lot of weird names and stuff in that show, huh?
They sure fucking did.
Like Choky Chicken.
I think they at one point they were playing a game called Spank the Monkey.
Nice. Game came out in 94. The show ended in 96. Good time to be Rocco. What do I need to say about The Simpsons? This is him. This game marked the introduction of Gay Bart. You can tell by the company he keeps with the Juggernauts. Bart can't get enough of those those Juggernauts. I tell you what, they made so many Simpsons games, and all of them were relevant and timely because the show never stopped. No one has yet stopped The Simpsons. Someone stopped them. Even today, if you still made a Simpsons game, it would be relevant and timely.
They literally just stopped the Simpsons mobile game like a few months ago.
Yeah, Tapped Out. That shit lasted for 10 years. That's crazy for a mobile game. Give me my Homer bucks. Donuts? They were donuts.
They were donuts, yes.
Cartman, thank you for the 25 bits. Season 40. Can you imagine? Tasmania, this awful Game Gear game, and somewhat less awful Genesis and Super Nintendo games. Those were timely. The show ended in, 1995. So they were a couple of years ahead of the curve. Good work, Sega. You snapped that one up. Obviously not going to cover any Ninja Turtles game on today's stream because, again, this is a show that had life beyond the show. They continued making toys. There were other series that started right back up as soon as the last series would end. Anytime you released a Turtles game, it would probably be at least somewhat recognizable and timely. Hell, you still could. Mm-hmm. The Tick. You think that this would be on the show, right? But nope, the series ended in 96. The game came out in 94. Just in time to make kids suffer through this horrible, horrible 4-hour beat 'em up. This game is torture. This is a literal torture machine inside a video game cartridge. If you ever want to experience a 4-hour long beat 'em up, no you don't.
No you don't.
But if you think you do, go play The Tick on Super Nintendo and Genesis. Finally, let's talk about Tiny Toon Adventures. This show had a really short shelf life. It aired from 91 to 92, but just like a lot of the other shows we've talked about, it never stopped airing. It was always on TV. Do you remember this?
I do. It never stopped airing.
It was on the Fox box. It was on syndication. Basically, any channel that could get their hands on Buster and Babs Bunny. They just kept airing those same episodes over and over and over again. Why is he wearing shorts on this cover?
'Cause he's hiding his shame.
He's doing the opposite of that.
He's busting loose, Danny.
I don't want him to bust loose.
He's got to bust.
Well, whatever the case is, it's remained on TV. It remained relevant, and it's hard to really call it any Tiny Toons game based on a canceled cartoon because we all still know and love Tiny Toon Adventures, don't we?
I mean, I do.
They're okay. There was almost a PS2 game based on them. There was freaking multiple GBA games based on Tiny Toon Adventures. But now it's time to get to the main event, the Super Nintendo.
Oh yeah, Bebe's Kids was never a show. It was only a stand-up routine and a movie.
Fucking Bebe's Kids.
Nope, we're not doing Bebe's.
Now, we could have played that if Box Office Bombs won the poll results.
God, it was a bomb.
We dodged a bullet with that one. However, we're not going to dodge this bullet.
No.
The bullet being full of licensed games for Super Nintendo based on canceled cartoons. Are you ready for this, Alex? We got a real gauntlet to go through here.
We sure do. I just saw some of the games.
Yep. We're gonna start off somewhere in the middle, quality-wise, with this one. Folks, you may have seen the Addams Family movie, but did you watch the Addams Family cartoon?
I remember the 90s Addams Family cartoon. Yeah. I never watched it because I thought the tie-ins were stupid.
And it was up its own ass.
This time I didn't think that, at least.
The show ended in 93. This game came out in 92, so didn't have much time to capitalize on the show still airing and being something people might see. Alex, I rented this. This game, I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy to play it.
Do you like their 90s designs? They're very 90s.
It's quite 90s. Look at this fucking Pugsley.
Fucking hate this Pugsley. Danny, can I say something?
Yeah.
This is very Amiga to me.
That makes sense, because this is Ocean, and they were following up on their previous Addams Family game, the one based on the movie. Except, I guess they wanted to make this one for, like, people who had completed the first Addams Family game, and they were therefore experts. Because it's hard as shit. You get hit by everything. There's so many gotcha moments, and you can't go anywhere without constantly being killed. Very little in the way of invincibility time. Still, I'd say this is better than, say, Addams Family Values for Super Nintendo, based on the movie. Where else can I go? Ugh. That's what I say. Do we have any fans of this game in chat? Is there a counterpoint I can air? Is this game actually good?
Let's see here. I owned this game as a kid. I couldn't finish it not because of difficulty, but that it would crash on my Rev 1/1/1 SNES RAM. Great!
Whoa, so it was bugged. Awesome. There's all this weird puzzle shit in the game, too. I guess that's cool if you like puzzle shit.
Like who owned this video game and claimed that it's bullshit. I was wondering why you were calling it bullshit.
This game is quite bullshit.
That was bullshit.
Yeah.
That was pure bullshit.
I'll admit it, the first Addams Family game for Super Nintendo was probably one of Ocean's best games. It was okay, it was balanced correctly, it was fun. This one, they just dialed up the difficulty. God, the fucking
I hate that Wednesday.
Wednesday from Control-Alt-Delete. Can we go up here? Oh, this is the stage I was hoping to get. Check this shit out. Now, Alex, what if this game only had about 75% of the screen viewable at all times?
I mean, it's a really cool effect.
It is, unless you're trying to play it, in which case you can't see shit that's coming at you.
Well, maybe it's for pro gamers.
I have a feeling I'm going to get a lot of pushback if this episode ever gets uploaded to YouTube, because I think this game actually is quite well liked among a certain group of people. What that group of people is,
I was gonna say, you're
know.
saying it like you want to call them something, a name or something.
Let's invent a name for these people. Pugsters.
I was gonna call them Pugsley Scrubs, but I like Pugsters.
Ooh, Pug Scrubs.
Pug Scrubs are up in arms, seething and coping after our post.
Pug Scrubs, sound off in the comments about how wrong I am about this impossible video game featuring the least likely version of Pugsley I've ever seen. We can definitely get worse than this, but not just yet, because next up we got Adventures of Batman and Robin.
Huh. That got canceled?
Yeah, midway through Batman the Animated Series, they decided to rename it Batman and Robin and try like a different marketing approach, and it didn't work. The show ended in 95, the games came out in 94. Actually, this came out in 94. I believe the Sega CD one and Genesis ones came out in 95. This is another case where Konami was banking big on this, but they only got one cartridge run in because, the show was off the air. And this is another one of those games that'll run you about $100 cartridge only nowadays.
This is a good animated series. You may have heard of it.
I enjoy the Batman animated series. This may be controversial. I know I'm known for my fringe opinions about the Addams Family cartoon, but I like the Batman animated series just fine. And look at this video game. It looks amazing. I think Konami was probably hoping for more than what they got from this series with how much effort they put into this video game. Look at that up animation. Breathe, Batman, breathe. It's okay. It's okay. Take deep breaths. The Genesis game is also amazing. It's made by demo sceners, and there's like it's full of weird trickery with the Genesis hardware. I kind of enjoy it. The Sega CD game is basically a sequel to their Batman Returns Sega CD game. It's not that good, in my opinion. But it does have an exclusive episode of the series with none of the voice actors, so everyone's weirdly silent, at least from what I remember. But in terms of nailing the aesthetic of the show, this game really does it. I gotta hand it to the Super Nintendo in this case. Who's this Joker?
Never heard of him.
Oh no, Joker bots!
It's so funny that the Joker is such an important part of American culture.
Yeah.
He's an evil clown, and
Well?
America loves this evil clown and his evil jester girlfriend. Like,
Oh my god, are jesters relevant in modern society?
Yeah, because of Harley
That's-
Quinn.
that
I mean,
sucks.
technically she's a Harlequin, but she's also a jester if you think about it.
Now enjoy this while you can, because shit's about to get dire.
Thank you, Pug Scrub, for the $1 donation. Oh, so Adam's Family is bad, but this is good? Uh-huh. Thank you.
Thank you, Pug Scrub, and to all the other Pug Scrubs out there. You're wrong, but thank you.
Pugging, we're scrubbing, we're doing the whole thing.
All right, I think we've had it too good for too long, right?
No, you've had it. This has been a very difficult stream, Danny.
How about we just throw this stream right into the toilet? Double Dragon 5.
Okay, I don't remember a Double Dragon cartoon.
There was a Double Dragon cartoon,
I don't believe you.
and that is what this game is based on. They probably had big hopes for this license, it being a popular video game, and there being a cartoon.
Okay, thank you, Carmen, for the 25 bits. I don't know. The cartoon was awful. Oh, that's good.
It sure was. I saw a couple episodes, but man, it was quite bad. As far as I know, these are all characters from the show, such as T Happy and Sickle.
They look bad.
Billy and Jimmy Lee especially look really bad. I'm gonna be Jawbreaker. Oh, what? Huh? Okay, sure.
Same team that did Pig Out? Are you kidding me?
Wow, Pig Out of all things.
Match 1, fight.
Oh no.
And they turned it into one of the worst fighting games I've ever played.
Cool. Yeah, true Benny and Jimmy hours here at Carmen.
This reminds me a lot of, say, an Atari Jaguar fighting game or an Amiga fighting game, where like all the elements are there, they just don't really come together at all, and it's obvious that whoever made this doesn't know shit about fighting games. And I don't know shit about how to play this because I'm getting my ass kicked.
Sega wins.
Sega wins.
Thank you, Sega.
Yeah, couldn't they at least have a Bobo? How about Linda? Where's Linda?
Simon with the $1 donation going down to the Publix to grab a few chicken tender pug scrubs. Anybody want anything?
Chicken tender pub scrubs. I could go for some of those. Thank you for the $1. This stream is gonna get my ass beat in the retweets, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're gonna absolutely. They're beating your ass in the quote retweets of this.
Boy, this game plays like ass. It came out on everything too. There was an Atari Jaguar version if you want to play it on there. So Genesis, Super Nintendo, and nowhere does it play any sort of good. Double Dragon 5. Look for it if you're looking for a bad fighting game. Oh, poor Jawbreaker.
What's with her mouth?
I don't know.
I don't like it. Get a new mouth, lady.
Still, I'd rather play that than our next game. Can I just keep talking about Double Dragon?
You might. No donation notice popped up.
Cool. The Double Dragon cartoon ended in 94, and the game came out in 94, so yep, it never had a chance. But boy, did they try to make it a thing.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Danny, I don't want Pug Scrub. A Pug Scrub is the kind of guy that likes crummy games like me. Thank you, Cartman.
That was a countdown to our next game.
No, we're not doing it. You got it? No.
The single game.
No.
The single game that probably made people vote for this theme. We're playing Family Dog.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. Well, you are. I'm not. What am I complaining about? I finally get to watch.
Developed with pride in Glen Rock, New Jersey. By Imagineering. Featuring Mark Van Heck jams. Produced by Dan Kitchen. And executive produced by Howard Phillips. Wow. The game master himself. How could this go wrong? Now, Alex, did I ever tell you about when I first saw Family Dog?
No, tell me.
First time I saw Family Dog was in a theater as a short just before a little movie called The Land Before Time.
I think that's how a lot of people saw the Family Dog.
Yeah, it was, I think the original short was a Brad Bird production. This dog was quite charming, quite emotive. It was a short about how much this poor little dog's life sucked. But man, I remember back then, this had the theater howling. Everyone loved Family Dog.
Howling!
Oh, I didn't even mean to do that. And then Land Before Time came on, and the audience was silent for the rest of that. Probably because they were so enraptured by the adventures of Littlefoot.
Littlefoot, there you go.
Yeah. And then they made like 16 more of those, so what do I know? Anyway, the short was so successful they decided to commission an animated series, which Brad Bird had nothing to do with. It was on for one season, and it was canceled the year before this game came out, I think.
Oh yeah, and Family Dog, it originated as a short on the Amazing Stories show.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was some precedent for people wanting this. This at least isn't something that was doomed from the get-go. People did like Family Dog to some extent, but they did not like or watch the show. Oh my god, the less said about this game, the better. I've mentioned before on Mascot Fridays, there's a certain je ne sais quoi about licensed mascot platformers. Specific ones like this, where they're not necessarily the worst thing you've ever played, but there's something about them that makes them depressing.
Yes, this is a very depressing game.
That makes you realize just what you're doing with your time, just what you're playing, thinking you would rather do just about anything else. And instead you're stuck here playing Family Dog. It's sad. I feel sad playing this. You get it, right? There's just something that's deep down depressing about this. Like the other games you can at least laugh at. Like, haha, there was a Double Dragon cartoon. That shit sucks. And this is just like, ugh, I don't want to be this dog. I don't think I like video games anymore.
There's your favorite child, the evil
There he
little
is.
boy who torments the dog. I hated cartoons as a kid where children would torment their pets. I was like,
Yeah.
fuck you. You don't deserve
Pets are
that."
cool, come on. By the way, the run button for this is the X button, or the top button on the Super Nintendo controller, and the jump button is B, the bottom button. That's pretty neat. Good job, you exploded your dog!
Wow, you killed your dog. Very cool.
Nice
kid.
work!
And your parents won't punish you for it? They're just gonna be like, I guess you killed the dog. Fuck you.
Maybe
Someone-
the whole premise of the show was kind of depressing too, because no one gave a shit about this dog. No one gave a shit about each other. It's just a bunch of people off in their own depressing worlds.
Same reason why I never liked Eek the cat. I was like, they are too mean to their cat. I can't watch this.
Yeah, he's just trying his best.
He's just a little sweet guy.
It never hurts to help, unless you're Eek the cat. Then everything hurts. I'm gonna try and get past this goddamn part. I never... Every time I play this, which isn't that often, I always get stuck here. Is he gonna shoot me? Is he gonna shoot me in the ass?
I'm just surprised this game didn't feature in Steven Spielberg's Ready Player One.
You
Like,
would think.
You would think that they would be like, oh, I gotta be the dog in Family Dog in the virtual reality world.
I figured it out.
What?
I did it. I developed a claw grip to play this. You put
You do have a claw grip!
You put your index finger on the X button and you use your right thumb to push the B button. That's how you run in this. They intend you to play this like Monster Hunter or Armored Core.
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually brilliant. See? You can run and jump at the same time. Alex,
You're doing it!
you can run and jump.
You're holding the game controller like a freak.
Look at that, the kid can't even catch up to me. Dude,
You're doing it.
we're doing it. I figured out the secret of Family Dog.
Okay, we need to re-rank it now.
No, we don't. May I eat my food?
I didn't do anything. I thought I'd give you more
It
help.
gave you no help.
Nothing. You get nothing.
The game premiered in 93. The show started and ended in 93. And that's the story of Family Dog. Our next game did even worse. The game came out in 92. The show started and ended in 91. So throughout a probably very short and very traumatic development period, resulted in a game that no one wanted.
Why did I think this was a mid-90s show?
It's James Bond Jr. We're doing this again.
I really thought this was a 94, 95 show. I guess I was wrong. I was totally wrong.
You were way off base. Hey, there's Howard Phillips again. Man,
Hey!
Howard knows the best games. I thought he was at TH... Wait, this is THQ. Damn.
Oh, coldest jams.
So this is another Gray Matter special. We covered this during our Gray Matter showcase. Gray Matter talented developer Chris Gray, co-creator of Boulder Dash and other beloved favorites. And then he made a company that made nothing but shit.
Kaboom! Important to note, this is not James Bond's child. Even though he's called James Bond Jr., James Bond is his uncle. So he is not James Bond's son. He's his shitty little nephew or whatever.
I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with that. Fuck that. Is there anything else I can do in here? This game is real hot garbage. If you're looking for what may be one of the worst video games ever made, you should probably play this. Away!
Goodbye. Thank you for the 50 bits, Cartman. Yeah, it's James Bond Jr. worse than James Bond Jr.
I would take James Bond Jr. over this. Here's the best part of the game. Once you get past the platforming scenes, you get to play these impossible shooter levels that go on forever, and you have momentum-based controls. And it's basically a reskin of Gray Matter's NES Captain Planet game, which also had these sequences. It's all good. There's no downside. License James Bond Jr. Make Gray Matter make it.
Do it!
Those guys have siphoned away all their souls by this point. They can just crank them out.
He's learned the game from his Uncle James, and now he's got something with the name. Sorry, the theme song is a banger. I highly recommend looking it up.
James Bond Jr. Alright, I've done my duty. Can I stop playing this?
Yes, please, God.
Let's go. We could do a little bit better than James Bond Jr. How about, y'all remember Jim Lee's Wildcats?
Okay.
This was an Image comic series, but for a very short while, this was also an animated series.
Playmates!
Game came out in 95. Show ended in 95. People have done worse with licenses, but they've also done better. Featuring the combined efforts of Tommy Tallarico Studios and Beam Software. Yeah, this is a macaw game. He played all the way through this and thought it was amazing. Maybe it is.
Alright.
Yeah. I have vague memories of watching this show. I think I only saw it a couple of times.
By the time this show came out, I want to say that I was way too into anime and manga to watch.
Oh, that's her. She's the one who caused the Deathmate saga when she mated with Solar, Man of the Atom. I was into comics at the time. It was a crossover event between Image Comics and Valiant Comics. Yeah, she and Solar Man of the Atom went up and fucked in space, and that caused a dimensional rift or something.
Okay.
Anyway, this is a beat 'em up. Don't ban me, I'm right. I'm informational. Yeah, Void's her name.
You're fighting Darkman?
Yeah, that's a different license. Come on, guys. Now, for a license-based beat 'em up on Super Nintendo, this looks kind of amazing. Which I guess it kind of should, coming out in '95. No, don't do that. I love Darkman.
Don't beat up Darkman.
And I suppose this is a better license than the unreleased Super Nintendo game based on the movie The Shadow, which they decided wasn't even worth releasing after they finished developing it. I guess the movie was kind of bomb. It was kind of a bomb.
Yeah.
Do you get moves in this game? Whoa, you do.
Cool beat.
Take this door.
You
Whoa.
shit door.
Actually, this is kind of awesome. Beam Software did some good work on Super Nintendo. They did Super Smash TV, they did Shadowrun. They came quite a ways from developing stuff like Back to the Future on NES. Maybe McCaw's right. Maybe this game's ultimate. I can tell you the show wasn't ultimate. It left no impression on me as a kid. It was just one of those shows.
I think at the time I only I didn't watch any superhero shows aside from Batman, and I just totally avoided it because it wasn't funny animals nor was it anime related.
Oh, you never got a chance to see if it was up its own ass.
No, I just the thing is I didn't like a lot of superhero comics at the time. I thought they were, well, you know what I thought they were, and
Oh, fuck yes.
okay, you're forklift certified in this game. Okay, I also loved 1966 live-action Batman as a child.
Is there a point to this? the forklift? Oh, okay, I see. I thought you just wanted to be on a forklift.
Well, you got an item.
Always wanted to drive one of these things. Yeah, not a bad looking game, not a bad playing one. It's just bad timing and a license that no one really cared about. Even though Image Comics was big at the time. There was also an unreleased Shadowhawk game for Super Nintendo. Remember Shadowhawk?
I was gonna say fucking Shadowhawk.
Yeah, yeah. There should have been a Deathmate game where you fuck Solar Man of the Atom in space.
You've got something for Solar, is what I'm saying.
Our next game. The series ended in '93 and the game didn't come out until '94. Doomed to fail? Yeah, I think it... What? Alex, I crashed the game by doing nothing.
Cool. Chat, look.
Awesome. It has its own built-in crash handler. Alright, everyone. Here's the pages of data. See if you can fix the bug in Jim Lee's Wildcats for Super Nintendo. Anyway, next game. I have a grudge against this one.
Why? What's
This
wrong
one's
with it?
personal. King Arthur and the Knights of Justice. I rented this for one reason and one reason only. You want to know what that reason is? Right on the cover was the publisher, Enix. I loved Enix. I loved Evo, Search for Eden. I loved Robotrek, which came out around the same time. And I thought, oh man, Enix can do no wrong. This is gonna be awesome.
Bobot Entertainment Worldwide, huh?
This game's unfinished. Yeah, that's not surprising. I've played some of it. This was one of those games that I rented, and I tried to play it, but I immediately got stuck, and I just took it right back to the store. It was not fun. It was the kind of thing where I realized even if I did know what to do or could figure it out, it wasn't going to be any more fun than it was. Yeah, I understand.
Without proper weapon. Oh god, you gotta do the key of truth? This has got too much going on, Danny.
Okay, so the show's about, like, a bunch of football players who get transported back in time to King Arthur's period.
Danny's not kidding, that really is the plot.
And it's this overhead view action RPG sort of shit show. It's not good. It's not good, folks.
Without a proper weapon. Ooh, Excalibur. You gotta put your trust in the key of truth.
That's a bed.
Danny, this game seems annoying.
This is bad. Even if you like the show for God knows whatever reason. Yeah, these are all footballers from the real world. With names like Trunk.
Sir Trump.
Sir Trunk. Alright, you're in. Who else wants to join the Knights of Justice? How about Lug and Trunk?
Lug and Trunk.
Sir Lug, Sir Trunk.
It sure looks like it.
Can we take one more? How about Sir Brick? Brick, Lug, and Trunk. What a team.
Your party is already full.
Oh, we can't take him with us. Alright, let's head out. No, I want to leave. Let me go. Let me exit. Waste of a rental this one was.
Mm-hmm.
But let's head out and see what the gameplay's like. What was the worst game you ever rented?
I want to say it's Family Dog, but I also...
Wow, you rented Family Dog.
Yeah, it was the first SNES game I ever played.
Wow, so it's all uphill from there.
Yeah, my mom rented a SNES for me to play with for the weekend, and I got that. I rented Family Dog.
Rachel, you rented Fox's Peter Pan and the Pirates?
Yes!
Awesome, we played that earlier. Ugh.
But yeah, I rented Family Dog, Bubsy, and I forget what the third game was, but we really liked Bubsy most of all out of all the games I rented. And I'm like, oh, I wonder why.
Bubsy would seem pretty good after Family Dog.
Mm-hmm.
I think this might be the worst game I ever rented. I rented some bullshit, too. I gotta tell you, to fuck up an action RPG bad enough for an RPG-obsessed kid back then to not like it, you really fucked up. Never saw the show, never even knew it was a thing. All I did was see the Enix on the cover, and I knew by then to never trust publishers. Only trust your fists. That's what I learned.
Mm-hmm. I like that your guys are just gone. They're like stuck on something.
Yeah, they'll catch up.
There they are.
Good old Trunk and Lug. Oh, this is like Pilot Quest if nothing happened. Play UFO 50.
I need to play I was going to buy for myself at some point.
Wow, it's such an expansive game world. Wow, I'm so bored.
Do you get experience points?
I don't think you do.
Okay, so this game is useless.
That's a good way of putting it. Basically useless. That's King Arthur and the Knights of Justice for Super Nintendo. Have I done my time? Can I play something else now?
You can move on.
Oh, do I want to? Jeez. Hard to say if the next game's any better. Excuse me. Mute us, please. Alex.
Oh.
Okay, I'm better.
We're good.
I got choked up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're dying. We're dying for good games.
Next is this. Can I get a doctor's note for this stream?
I'm so sorry. So if I recall, Mighty Max was a series of toys that were basically like action Polly Pockets. And they made an animated series out of Mighty Max. And yeah, I had a Polly Pocket, but I also had the Pokemon Polly Pockets that they made. I really liked those.
That sounds cool.
They were really cool. It was a little Pokemon world, and you can pose your little Pokemons in it.
So this demo shows you how to play the game. You get it?
You toss objects at enemies.
Yeah, you gotta throw shit into the portal.
See?
rented this? I'm so sorry.
Holy shit.
I saw this up for rent, but I knew better. Is my voice gone? Jesus Christ, what else can go wrong during this stream? Unbelievable. Better play Mighty Max. Have I not suffered enough?
Do you want me to start playing the game next, honey?
Here you go.
Let
Play
me
Mighty Max.
for Danny, because
I'm
Danny's
gonna,
dying.
I'm just gonna die over here while you play Mighty Max. This is another one of those shows that was on at 6 in the morning. Mighty Max had a weird owl friend. And yeah, like Alex said, this is Polly Pocket, but for men. And men, they didn't care. Maybe the toys sold. The show sure didn't last
You
for
jump
very long.
really... Your jump feels very Amiga. It's just very strangely high.
God, I hate looking at this. And the problem with this is that it's all open-ended. You see that arrow at the top of the screen? That tells you where you need to go. And you need to seek out this, a bunch of bullshit. And you gotta put it in the portal.
I'm fine.
So it's basically a bunch of meandering. You don't really know where to go or what to do. And none of it's any kind of fun. Yeah,
Did you play this?
the Woolworths Ernest Heavens. I did not play this back then. Yeah, the Home Improvement arrow. I don't know why that Home Improvement game wasn't successful. The show went on for years. Hey, that lava, go back there. That lava looks like a sexy lady.
I think Danny is dying. I think Danny is dying.
I'm right though. Come on.
You were right.
Give me this. Yeah, Lava Woman, exactly.
Okay, okay. What is your jump?
How did this stream become so cursed?
Danny,
I ask in a raspy voice.
I don't like this game.
I'm out here telling the truth, and people are judging me for it. The Zool arrow, yeah, you can call it that too. Mighty Max's fit is trash, you're right, is the thing. The most basic ass, default character ass outfit you can possibly come up with.
So when you carry something, you can't jump.
Yeah, that makes it more fun. So you gotta ferry these things up the mountain and into the portal. There's that
There
sexy
she is
lady
again.
again. I refuse to admit I'm wrong about this. It's what I get for cracking open the sarcophagus that all these ROMs were in. They were buried for a reason. I thought I was doing a good thing by cracking it open and sharing the mummy's curse with the world. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be happy to survive this stream. I'm just happy to not be playing Mighty Max. We've ranked this on Mascot Friday. Surprise, surprise, it didn't do too well. This is a sub-Bubsy game.
I mean, how do I get back up there in this fun, easy
Yeah,
to play?
don't cuss.
Okay, you can't cuss on the stream.
Mighty Max is mighty fun, is what you might say if you were being paid to write a review for it. The jumps in this are so bad. You jump so high you can't even really tell where you're going to be jumping to. It's really amazing.
I like the music.
Yeah, there's also a Genesis version, pretty much the same game, with different arrangements for the music by Matt Furness, as Codeman pointed out. So you get some Matt Furness jams, at least. But man, not worth it, in my opinion. The camera is nauseating, yeah. I kind of feel like throwing up, too. Let's play the next game.
All right.
Alex, thank you for playing Mighty Max.
You were dying, and I didn't want you to suffer. I would
You
like
wanted
to-
me to have a peaceful death.
Yes, I wanted you to go out, the way that people are meant to, in peace.
May not survive this one, folks. We better speed through it. Let's play some Phantom 2040. More like Mighty Men. Got him.
Oh, that's good.
Phantom 2040. Show ended in 95. Game came out in 94. Nowadays, people remember the game more than the show, I think. Even though this is a long-running series. This was also a comic strip, I think.
Well, the Phantom was a comic strip. I want to say Phantom 2040 was cartoon. I mean, it was a cartoon. But...
Yeah.
Oh, there was a comic based on 2040? Okay.
Maxwell Jr. I've heard good things about this game. Anyone want to go to bat for it?
Chat's liking it.
You own this game and it's a childhood copy. Nice. There was a recent Phantom beat-em-up that came out on Steam, too. Maybe there's another revival.
People are going Phantom crazy lately.
Another Macaw special? Yeah, it seems like it. I saw him playing the new beat-em-up. Let's do it. Storyline complete. Well, I'm glad we finished that.
We finished it.
Yeah. Defenders of the Earth is when Phantom teamed up with other King Features comic book characters. I thought about... Yeah, there was a C64 game based on that, of all things. I don't know if we'll see that tonight, though. Another 6 a.m. special.
It had a exact 0.0 rating. Thank you for the bits, Cartman.
That's awesome.
Beautiful.
Poor Phantom. Haven't seen a little bit of this game? I think it deserves better. Who the hell was that? Ugh. Take me to the university, please.
What's good? I was getting up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday to watch anime. Because that was when they would air, like,
I was getting up at 6 a.m. on Saturday to watch Captain N. And that was a mistake.
God, that's how I saw that one Dragon Ball dub. It was where I saw Sailor Moon. There was something else I would watch, too, but I completely forget.
Wait a minute. This game feels good to play.
I was gonna say, this looks good.
They fucked up. Don't they know? You're supposed to make unplayable bullshit. You're supposed to punish children for their interests.
I never taped cartoons that I wanted to watch because tapes are too expensive.
They just didn't know. Oh, how do I get up here? Oh.
Hey!
God, this reminds me of that fucking Spider-Man game.
That fucking Spider-Man game.
That game was amazing. Maybe my voice wasn't ready for a full week of streaming, but I wanted to get back into things. I miss streaming so much. And I wanted to share these awful, awful games with everyone. Why does it not work now? Hello? Video game? Okay, that works. Hmm? Huh? What? But why? Why you work sometimes?
Huh.
Okay, alright. We're in.
Okay, there you go. You got a cool skull.
I fell down. Phantom fans, you want to explain why the grapple doesn't work sometimes? By which I mean 99% of the time. This game feels pretty good otherwise. Very solid controls, huge characters, big dudes.
I do like the big dudes.
And I hear it's kind of like a, excuse me for the term, Metroidvania. Nowadays, that term will get you shot here in Texas.
Yeah, gamers in Texas are crazy now.
Actually, it's just the new term that everyone hates, Metroidbrania.
I heard that. I don't like it either, but
I think it's
like
just
a lot
funny.
of things.
It's so stupid.
Is that for like puzzle platformers?
It's games where you gotta think. Thinking man's video games.
Really?
I
I
think
thought
so.
it was for like action platformers that made you think. I didn't realize it was just for.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe.
Anyone want to explain Metroid Branias to
No,
us?
don't. Well, I mean, you could.
This game seems awesome. It's a shame it's lumped in with such horrible bullshit that we played tonight. This might be one of the big winners we've seen. Play Phantom 2040. It seems alright.
Okay, was it a term just invented for everyone to get mad at? That makes sense.
That sounds like something I would do. Next up, let's play a little game called The Pirates of Darkwater. There was a period in the 90s where people really thought pirates would catch on. Did you notice this? With movies like Cutthroat Island, Pirates of Darkwater, Skulljagger.
Fucking Skulljagger.
It just wasn't time for pirates. It was a few years too early before Pirates of the Caribbean. Then the pirate trend happened. Anyway, the show ended in 95. Super Nintendo game came out in 94. There's also a Genesis game that's completely different. It's a exploration-driven platformer, a Metroid Brania, whereas this game is a beat 'em up, a brain 'em up.
There's never been a brain 'em up, Danny. That is just something.
This is the first one.
That beat 'em up people call it to make themselves feel better.
You were mad this never got finished. I hear it ended unsatisfactorily.
I heard that too, which is why I never tried watching it.
They had big plans for this series. Let's see what the game's like.
Looks sick.
Sunsoft got the license, so it stands to reason this game might be pretty good.
Nubby's Number Factory is a brain 'em up. Okay.
It is. That game increases the size of your brain. Now here's a game for Alex.
Okay. All right.
It starts you off in the Dragon's Maw.
Oh, okay, I like that. I like being in the Dragon's Maw. That's very good. The D-Rider, is he a Dragon Rider? Or just a different kind of D-Rider?
That's a different kind of D-Rider, my man.
Okay.
The Pirates of Darkwater versus the Dick Riders. There's a series that would have caught on. Make a bunch of toys, sell them at Target. Mom, can I get a Dick Rider action figure?
No, honey. We already got you, Ren the Procedure.
We already got you the full series of the Wild West Game Boys in Mesa. I like this alternate 90s we've concocted.
D-Riders and the Tattooed Man, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Pirates of Gay Water is what I'm saying. His sword is broken.
I like that he cheers after every little skirmish he gets into. Bobinator, thank you for the 100 bits.
So, fun fact, both the Genesis version of this and the arcade Bucky O'Hare actually give their shows the endings they never got. Oh, that's good.
Oh man. So these games do serve that kind of purpose. They're not just licensed bullshit. If you like the show, it may give you the closure you need. Glad the Pirates of Darkwater fans have at least something to claim as an ending.
They deserve something. They've suffered for so... The Pirates of Darkwater's fans constantly suffering.
All these years later.
A perfect series to bring back, but no, they're never gonna bring this back. They're gonna bring back fucking
I like the big pirate named
James
Big
Bond
Pirate.
Jr.
God help me if they ever do.
They're gonna do it, Danny.
Gonna bring back Gray Matter to make a licensed game based on it.
After Amazon bought James Bond, they are 100% doing James Bond Jr. But he's gonna be like,
Cool.
he's gonna be like a techno whiz. He's gonna have like a TikTok.
Yeah, the Pirates of Darkwater adult party cartoon. Where they get to say fuck. And they meet Ralph Bakshi for some reason. No, I don't know what I'm talking about. That show never existed. It's just a figment of my imagination. Maybe I'll take Monday off.
Yeah, we should take Monday
I'm
off.
feeling kind of raw, folks. I thought you could just dive back into streaming and scream for multiple hours on end, but no, your voice has to become adapted to it, like you're a singer or some shit. You can't just scream about the Pirates of Darkwater as much as you want.
You can't just holler, big pirate.
Dick
Big
Riders!
pirate.
Big pirate. I'm still having fun, though. Let's move on to our next game. Yeah, I gotta get those vocal cord calluses. That's disgusting. Worst part about playing guitar, gotta say, having to keep up the calluses. Alright, let's go for something a little unexpected here. There's a Speed Racer video game for Super Nintendo. This isn't what you think, though. There was actually a new Speed Racer series airing in the 90s. The New Adventures of Speed Racer, which ended in 93 and the game came out in 94.
I remember that cartoon because there was a comic book series based off of it, if I recall.
I think so. Here he comes. Here comes Speed Racer. Do you know he's a demon on wheels? Made by the Bubsy people. Speed Racer's great. I never saw the New Adventures, but I do like the original Makagogo.
It's really good. Covered for the 25 bits. Yeah, I need to get Danny some bone broth.
Yeah. Make me gargle some broth.
Yeah.
All weekend. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Oh, streamers, take care of your voice. It's the only thing you got.
Well, you got the games.
I guess I got the games. Guys, come back! Help! How do you control this crazy thing? Wow, look at this frame rate.
Hey, Danny, can I say something?
Uh-huh.
I think this is dog shit.
Well, now hold on.
Oh, this is real dog shit.
This does have a pretty convincing 3D environment with all these hills and dips and stuff, but the frame rate definitely suffers. It suffers big time. I do like that it keeps the noises from the show. When he jumps, it goes... I wonder if Spritle and Chim Chim are in the trunk right now.
I just think if Speed Racer were real, Chim Chim would He eats so much candy, like, it's not okay. It's not okay how much candy this monkey is eating.
Have we run studies on how much candy monkeys can eat? Step
Not a
aside.
lot.
Thank you for the 50 bits, and welcome to the most normal Retro Pals stream to date, which is saying a lot. I know I sound like I'm about ready to cry, but maybe I am. Look, there's shortcuts. He would die of monkey diabetes. Poor Chim Chim. Tell y'all what's good. Speed Racer movie.
That movie rocks.
That shit's amazing.
See the Speed Racer movie, folks. They
Yeah.
need to, man, I need to see that in theaters again.
It's a visual feast. I was like, my visual sensors are full.
You were like, after you're watching the movie, you rubbed your eyes like it was your tummy after a big meal.
Pray for Chim Chim. Thank you, Carmen. Whoa, hey! I get boosts. You know, this looks like shit, but it honestly plays okay. And it does feel more like a real race course than a lot of other Super Nintendo racers do. They often feel kind of flat.
Was this compatible with a bicycle controller?
Yeah,
Okay.
the Exertainment bicycle. Yeah. One of 2 games compatible with it.
Huh.
Go, Speed Racer. Go. Oh man, this next game.
This one, now this was up its own ass.
Here's some dates you love to hear. The show ended in 93. The game came out in 94. Classic story, old as time. It's Stone Protectors. It has platforming levels? What the heck? I gotta play more Speed Racer.
You do.
Good old Stone Protectors. You know how Mighty Max was Polly Pocket for men? This is Troll Dolls for men.
I hated that shit as a child. I was like, fuck you for gendering this.
You don't need to gender Troll Dolls, they're already perfect.
Like, yeah, we need a troll show with a guy that looks like this. Fuck off.
Do you think we got robbed by not getting Trolls in Crazyland for NES?
Yeah, I think that's what made America go to shit.
Yeah, that's what happened.
If we were all playing the Trolls in Crazyland, things would be a lot better, is all I'm saying.
There was also a finished Genesis version of this that didn't come out. But they did release the Super Nintendo one for some god knows whatever reason. That looks cool. Killed my grandma and they ruined the tour. Poor Justin Timberlake. Thank you for the bits. Please, please hold Zoc. Hold him. Hold him tenderly. Give him a little kiss. This intro? Pretty dynamic and exciting for a Stone Protectors game.
I think I just didn't like all these cartoons where they're like, oh, I'm in a mystical world and there's crystals and shit. I hated that as a child.
Oh yeah, it did get an aftermarket release. They like reproed it or something. And the prototype is out there. Dude, this intro is crazy long. You'll never get the crystals because they're being protected by the Stone Protectors.
I liked crystals as a child, but I hated, like, I thought it was contrived. Like, oh, I've got a magical crystal world to look at.
This crystal's really up its own ass.
I didn't like He-Man for that reason, or She-Ra. I was like, I don't care about crystals. Fuck off.
Oh no, he got one of the gems. Find the Stone Protectors. This seems like the kind of show that would exist in the 80s, not the 90s. Whoa! Amazing pixel art! What the fuck? What's that doing in this game? Okay, that's more like what this game should look like.
Yeah, they have a band. Remember that?
Yeah, I'll play musical instruments. The stream might kill me, but I'll die happy. Kimco got dragged into this, of all people. Alright, who can tell me which one has the saxophone? Any of you troll fans want to tell me which of these Stone Protectors is the saxophone player?
Angus has a gun.
Angus has a gun? Pimpification for men. This is what men want.
The big wrestler dude has it. Let's see.
Coltraneous. Chester? Alright, we're going with Chester. I hear this guy's top tier. For what it's worth, I think this game does a good job of displaying the show's appeal. It's got some nice cutscenes, pretty okay art for what it is. Zinc!
Zing.
Like the supplement? Oh, because it's a mineral. Because it's a mineral.
You're no match for my fortunes.
Alright, dude. Let's do it. Let's protect them stones. Whoa! Whoa! This guy's got moves. Is this game good?
Do we need to play through Stone Protectors?
Is this game sick? Have I been missing out? Oh! I've been missing out. Yeah. Alright, Stone Protectors might be alright.
Danny, this game seems kind of sick.
That seems pretty good. How do you make him pull out the saxophone? I know that's one of the moves he can do. Are there charge moves? Oh, nice. You can do this. You can do that. You can do that. I've seen this game being played, and the saxophone troll was just going apeshit with that thing. Doesn't feel too bad beat 'em up wise either. What the? Last thing I expected was for Stone Protectors to be any good. Folks, let's bring back Troll Dolls.
Okay.
This time we abolish their genders.
Okay, troll dolls without genders, and they can look however they want.
Yeah, yeah. Troll Dolls, but as a venue for self-expression.
Are they still nude, or can they wear clothing?
They can wear clothing if they want, but most of them prefer to be nude.
Okay, that's fair.
With,
With no genitals?
I was gonna say with hyper-realistic genitals. but
Okay,
alright.
it's the new generation! The new generation is the new tech generation.
Well, I kind of like this, so that means we probably have to move on. But out of any game we played tonight, maybe check out Stone Protectors. Stuff like Mighty Max, forget it, flush it down the toilet. Stone Protectors, though, that's where it's at. Join the Stone Protectors fan club today.
Join it. Protect them stones.
Now here's a show, and here's a game that's gonna make a few people sad. SWAT Cats. Y'all remember SWAT Cats?
I keep hearing that SWAT Cats was good. Alright, it's right in the intro.
Hey, that's from our intro. Damn, the game starts with that.
I've heard SWAT Cats is good. I've been meaning to watch SWAT Cats.
Game released in '95, which was when the show ended. Sorry, Hudson. Still, this being a Hudson game means that it's going to be a little bit better than what we might have gotten otherwise. I'll be Razor. Yeah, the Mode 7 is what I remember most about this game from when we played it on Mascot Friday. We just couldn't get into that guy's mouth. We kept trying to get swallowed by the big goo monster, but it just couldn't happen.
Dr. Viper.
The show rules? I've heard that.
I've heard the show is really good, and that's why I want to watch it, because it's got cool cat creatures, and it's good, but, like... I still have so many other bad shows to watch. Like, I need to watch Stone Protectors. I need to watch that pilot of Defenders of Dinotron City.
Yeah. I wonder if that's even out there. I bet it is.
I just want to I just want to have a day where I watch all these canceled cartoons and see what the big fuss is about.
Yeah, and then rank them.
Actually, I should.
That's a pretty good idea. I'd watch that. Oh, if you hold down the A button, you got a jetpack. But it catches on fire and explodes and hurts you?
Yeah, it shouldn't happen.
Wow.
How do you level up?
Game got some ideas. Yeah, there's a level up system of all things. No stubby weapon, but I guess that gets upgraded. You can climb?
You're a kitty.
Oh yeah, they do that. Ow! Went right into him. Oh, there is a YouTube version of the Defenders of Dinotron City
Oh, good.
pilot. Good. I'm gonna watch that actually.
I'm curious. I like Super stuff.
They wanted it to be a thing, but no one saw the pilot and no one played the game. I wanted to take the stealth approach, but instead I took the getting hit by everything approach.
All I know about SWAT Cats, aside from it being good, is that people were very, very disappointed in how it ended.
It's another one of those shows.
Yeah, like Pirates of Darkwater. And they just keep making these cartoon remakes, but they're not doing SWAT Cats, man. You'd think with how popular furries are now, they would bring back SWAT Cats to cash in. Be like, hey, we're gonna do some shallow cash-in stuff, but no.
This game is actually impossible. I
Okay.
figured out. And if you ever get past these platforming sequences, there's a really jank Mode 7 segment after this that you gotta see. That's why that's in the Mascot Friday intro. Very memorable challenge for us to go through many, many times. Alright, so that's all of the Super Nintendo games based on cartoons that were canceled before their time. Based on stuff that should have been better, that should have overperformed, but instead was disappointing. And we're going to end on one game that might have actually succeeded. This game would have come out in 1994, but it didn't. It was canceled. A ROM leaked out early on in the BBS days, actually, so this was widely available for a really long time. This game was scheduled to come out in '94. The series it was based on ended in 1998.
I can't believe it ran that long.
Not that long for this show. It would have been on shelves for years. It probably would have gotten multiple print runs. It may have saved the publisher and the developer, who were going through dire straits at the time. If only they knew enough to release it. It's like that one meme image of the guy digging for diamonds, and he like gives up. Imagine that image, but instead of diamonds, it's Bobby's World. Bobby's World. You may scoff, you may laugh, you may think ill of Bobby and Bobby's World, but I'm saying this was a way better choice for a licensed game than a lot of the other shit we saw tonight.
Then Stone Protectors?
Yeah.
Then Mighty Max?
This was
Family
a show
Dog?
that literally had legs. It lasted almost until the year 2000. Instead, it was another failure from High Tech Expressions and Riedel Software Productions, who a year after this would reform as Running with Scissors. I think this and the Beethoven game is what Joker-fied Riedel Software Productions. You love this show? A lot of kids did. I remember watching it. It was okay.
I loved Bobby's World growing up.
Your room is a gee golly mess. You clean it this instant, Mr. Manzi. His mom was a Minnesotan. Aww. If I tried to sound like Howie Mandel doing the Bobby voice
You're
right
gonna
now,
die!
I would die.
Don't die.
My head would explode, scanner style.
I literally stared at Danny the minute they said that because I was so afraid.
This show was your first exposure to Midwesterners. Yeah, same, I think. So as the people making this were in their heads planning the first Postal, they were forced to make a Bobby's World game. Probably knowing it would go unreleased, or at least being an unsung licensed game if it did come out.
The environment's really nice.
That's the thing. This is one of the better RSP games. We've seen Remote Control for NES. We've seen Beethoven for Super Nintendo. This might be their most playable game. Imagine a world where this did get released, and it caught on like wildfire. There were sequels. The PlayStation version that was teased actually came out and was a huge hit. Bobby's World still on the air, celebrating its 30th season, competing with The Simpsons.
I was gonna say, I wish that Bobby's World and The Simpsons existed in the same universe.
And yeah, this has good music, which is unheard of for a fucking Riedel Software Productions game. Do you remember the music from Beethoven? It was awful.
Why did they go so hard for Bobby?
Maybe they believed in it. That could be the Joker-fying element for them, that they believed in this project and they knew the series would go on for years, but instead it was cursed to be unreleased. That would Joker-fy me.
That would absolutely Joker-fy me. I would just become a new man. Oh, you didn't like Bobby's shithead brother in this? Me either.
Oh,
Bobby's
yeah.
brother was a jackass.
This and Life with Louie both ended up going for way longer than you might think. They lasted up into the year 2000 almost.
Life with Louie?
Yeah, that dude had his own pasta.
I remember the Life with Louie pasta. Why, man?
It was a different world, different time.
Okay. God.
Here's my alt universe Super Nintendo suggestion, right?
Okay.
This game came out.
Mm-hmm.
Socks the Cat was finished and came out and was a huge hit.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The game was so popular, Clinton won a third, fourth, and fifth term, and he's still our president.
Okay, he's there in the White House playing the saxophone, doing whatever he does.
became our forever president, and everyone was just cool with it because Socks the Cat was so beloved. Howie Mandel gets elected vice president. He does the stupid Bobby voice at every single press event. The Bobby voice, by the way, came about when Howie Mandel was choking on a piece of cake. Did you know that?
Yes, it's so sad. It's a tragedy.
Yeah, he almost died, but instead he came up with a beloved character. Dude, this game is kind of good. This is breaking everything I thought about licensed video games based on canceled cartoons. He died and was reborn as Bobby. Look at this! Look at this huge sprite! Gadzooks.
Gadzooks.
Oh. Ow. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't you touch me. In fact, this game was so widely available via piracy that for a while people just assumed this was part of the Super Nintendo's release library because the ROM was out there. It's just, I don't know, we've never seen the cart, but there's a lot of rare games out there.
Don't worry about the human bones inside the amoeba. It's fine.
Yeah, it's cool. Let's chill. Yes.
Bobby's world is Stewie after not surviving. Okay.
There was also going to be a Bobby's World game for Game Boy about him exploring a nightmare world. This was a rescanned version of an attempted Home Alone pseudo-sequel where Kevin was having a bad dream and he fought the wet bandits in their nightmare forms. That was canceled, and they reskinned it as a Bobby's World game, which was also canceled.
John Tesh did the Bobby's World theme? Okay, I wasn't aware.
Yeah, no wonder it's such a banger.
Is there anything he can't do?
So that's our confusing and incredibly cursed look at games based on canceled cartoons. A stream that almost killed me. I'm not sure how that happened. Of all things, I wouldn't expect this to be the one that did it. But I'm glad we got through it.
I'm glad you're still alive.
Yeah, me too.
Please don't die. That would not...
Some games we played tonight you probably don't want to play. Some you may want to give a chance. The Pirates of Darkwater games are pretty good. Mighty Max, not good. Not at all. SWAT Cats game, maybe worth getting into. What was your favorite game you saw tonight?
You know, I gotta look here, but...
The Phantom game was pretty good.
The Phantom game looked really good. I gotta see the other stuff we played. I really liked, I wanted to play more of that Samurai Pizza Cats game.
Yeah, that game's awesome.
And Bucky O'Hare looked good, too.
Oh man, both those Bucky O'Hare games are really good. And they're making a new Samurai Pizza Cats game, loosely inspired by that Tecmo platformer. And it looks really good because it uses cell animation. Me too. So I've seen the highs and the lows of games based on cartoons that got canceled before their time. I think it's a really interesting element that really didn't survive past the 90s. After that point, people started being a little bit more choosy with the things they licensed, with occasional stuff getting through, like the Ozzy and Drix game for GBA. Yeah, that's why most people stopped trying to make games based on cartoon series or TV series. But I think they should still do that. Because it's funny. And isn't that what's most important? Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Howie Mandel, and thank you all for watching.
Thank you.
I'm done. That's it. I'm done, possibly for good. Thank you to all of our pals in the Stone Protectors. Thank you to all of you Stone Protectors out there. Keep protecting those stones.
Thank you.
They're
Protect your
yours,
stones.
and no one can take them from you. Patrons, head to patreon.com/retropals, because we got a real honey of a poll up for you right now, let me tell you. This week's theme is Troubled Ports, featuring either Amiga to Mega Drive ports or Arcade to Atari 2600 ports. Last I checked, this poll was neck and neck, like literally 50-50. So if you join now and you submit your vote, you may have the deciding factor. Do it.
Do it.
Cast your vote. Do it. It's important. I'm going to look for a raid target. Alex, why don't you wrap us up?
Also on YouTube, youtube.com/retropals. We post full-length highlights of our streams there. Latest one is our look at a Games Master, the Games Master series. So if you want to see us Games Mastering it up, do check out our YouTube channel. We also have a Discord. I'm going to drop that link in the chat. You can join us there to chat about games, make suggestions, all that good stuff. So do consider joining our Discord if you'd like. And last but not least, we do have a Blue Sky. That is our social media. So let me just drop that link in the chat real quick. retropals.whiskey.social. Consider giving us a follow to find out when we go live and all other kinds of Retro Pals news. I'm doing good.
That you can use?
That you can use!
We're going to raid Sebmal, who has decided to take on the monstrous challenge of finishing every single Crash Bandicoot game back to back. 1, 2, 3, and 4. He's been playing this all day, and amusingly, Twitch won't let him title his stream the Crash Bash. He tried to title it Crash Bash, he tried to title it Krish Bish, he tried to title it Krosh Bosh, but Twitch every turn was all like, that's inappropriate language, you can't title your stream that. So go enjoy Sebmal and his definitely not Crash Bash here tonight on Twitch. I'm gonna eat like 12 lozenges and take a hot bath or something.
Yeah, please survive.
We'll resume next week when I feel more like a human being. It's been good getting back into streaming, though. I like this.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. Have a good weekend. We'll see you later.
See ya, folks.